Hello, my fellow Alaskans. How are we all doing on this beautiful, beautiful afternoon? It is good to see you all here. It is Wednesday, the 29th of January. It is a balmy 4 degrees outside right now, and I don't know what the temperatures are like where you are at, but it is definitely a bit on the chilly side. If you're just tuning in right now, make sure to like and share this. Today we're going to get to listen to the House Education Committee taking public testimony on HB 69, the permanent increase to the BSA formula, and we'll get to hear about what they're planning on doing there and what their objectives are. I'm going to give you a brief breakdown. If you read what I have put on top of the video here for the description of everything that is about ready to occur, this is kind of just a little bit of a rehash of what is in print. And if you don't have the phone numbers to call in to give testimony, the numbers are there. Pick up the phone, give it a call, and get on the line and be a part of the list of people that are going to give testimony today. They will be taking phone calls up until 7 o'clock. This begins at 5 p.m. Today is when they're going to start taking testimony from each and every one of us. And it would be greatly appreciated, again, if you like and share this video so more Alaskans are able to participate in the testimonies that are about ready to begin. So let's get right to it. Not even going to hesitate to break things down here. So today we're going to get to hear about House Bill number 69. And this bill is basically an act relating to education funding and providing for an effective date to make it happen. And they have quite a few different versions of what is out there, but I'm just going to read exactly what this bill says, and then we'll talk about exactly what that actually means. So on July 1st of 2025 of this year, the department shall increase the base student allocation in effect on June 30th, 2025 by a percentage equal to the average percentage of increase over the first 3 of the preceding 4 calendar years in items of Consumer Price Index for urban consumers of urban Alaska, prepared by the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, plus an additional $1,000. So if I'm reading what I'm reading correctly here and understand it correctly, the normal inflation proofing that they do to our education funding is going to still occur, but they're making sure that it's in blatant language. And it's going to receive an additional $1,000 on top of the base student allocation that they're receiving right now. So it'll increase to another $1,000, and this will occur on July 1st of 2025 of this year. Then on July 1st of 2026, repeated the same thing. The department shall increase the base student allocation in effect on June 30th, 2026 by a percentage equal to the average percentage of increase over the first 3 preceding 4 calendar years in all items the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers of the urban Alaska, prepared by the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, plus another additional $404 more on top of the increase that they're planning on doing this year of $1,000. Then on July 1st, 2027, the inflation portion of that I've already read twice now will happen again, plus another addition of $404. And so that is a total of $1,808 if any of you guys are out there keeping up with the math. And then on July 1st, 2028, the department shall, on July 1st of every year from here on out, increase the base student allocation in effect on June 30th of previous fiscal years by percentage equal to the average percentage of increase over the first 3 of the preceding 4 calendar years in all items of the Consumer Price Index for urban consumers for urban Alaska prepared by the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now, if this is inflation proofing, then honestly, I don't know if it's much different than the previous formula that they were using for increasing the BSA formula that they currently have for education. I think they may be trying to tweak the language a little bit and making it based upon the previous 3 years. I'm not sure what the language was prior to this. Something that definitely needs a little bit more deeper dive into the understanding of that. So what does this all mean for us here in Alaska? And let me tell you, it's definitely going to be interesting to watch all of this unfold. And give me just a second here. I need to refresh my screen, and then I'm going to end up having to mute out my current video that is running at the moment. Oh, good. It did not start it up. That's a good thing. But at least I know I'm live. If I'm getting anybody out there, and if you can hear me and you're having any problems, please give me a thumbs up right now. Let me know that you are definitely seeing it here. Oh, you're definitely hearing me. You're definitely seeing me. I see someone posted on the chat, 3 degrees here. So I am monitoring the chat today, and everything that is out there, I'll be adding my 2 cents into the chat. In fact, if I can, long as I can get through, I will also be giving my own public testimony on what is about ready to happen. Again, if you haven't liked and shared this video, do it right now. This is very important for all Alaskans to get involved. Okay, so if you haven't had a chance to read what I put on the top of the video itself, I'm going to go ahead and do it right now. They are taking public testimony on HB 69, increasing the BSA. Alaska legislators, special interests like NEA-Alaska and Alaska AFL-CIO want you to believe that our education system doesn't have enough money to keep operating as one of the worst ranked schools districts in the USA. They are asking over the next 3 years to take the state's portion of BSA funding and increase it a total of $1,808 per student. Here is how this all breaks down. On July 1st of 2025, the BSA will increase by $1,000. On July 1st of 2026, it will increase again by another $404. And on July 1st of 2027, it will increase one more time for another $404 for a grand total of $1,808. There is absolutely nothing in this bill requiring them to improve the outcomes of our students. That currently is ranked one of the worst in the USA. They are also the highest per student cost of anywhere in the nation. This increase will have an economic impact at the local level that this bill does not address. The increased BSA levels will mean that the funding at the local level will increase to match the required percentage based on the state level of funding they receive. If you think your property taxes are bad now, just wait till this passes and watch how high they climb to cover the local level increase to the education funding. In the bill, HB 69, it has another catch-all. Additionally, it isn't being publicized that will increase the funding they will receive at the state level. And I've read it several times now, but I'll do it one more time. This is direct from what is in the bill. Beginning July 1st, 2025, and every year thereafter, the Department shall, on July 1st of every year, increase the base student allocation in effect on June 30th. All the previous fiscal year by a percentage equal to the average percentage of increase over the first 3 of the preceding 4 calendar years in all items of the Consumer Price Index for the urban consumers for urban Alaska by the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I have yet to actually find out what that increase of percentage will be. Like I was saying a little bit a while ago, I'm not sure if this is just the normal, regular inflation proofing that they do with the funding, or they're changing the language in how that increase for inflation proofing is going to be done. When they claim that there has never been an increase since 2017, and some of them, like, and you'll hear the testimony today, they'll say it's been even longer than that, like 2011, since the last time it's had an increase. It's an outright lie. That is been inflation proof. The dollar amount has increased year after year after year for inflation proofing. So the base amount has always gone up. Don't believe the lie. The truth is out there as long as you're not listening to the Mockingbird media. So what does Alaska spend in 2024? This is based on the best statistics I've been able to find out there, doing a lot of research on it. Excuse me. In 2024, Alaska's total education funding included $1.6 billion directly from our state, another $594.5 million in local funding. That's where I said your taxes are going to pay for this. And then another additional amount of $571.2 million in federal funding. This amount totals to $2.88 billion. So $2.88 billion is how much they are funding K through 12 schools in Alaska. Now here's how this all breaks down. So state funding is $1.6 billion, or if you break it down dollar-wise per student, the state is paying $12,270 per student. So when they say this 6,000 plus fictional BSA formula funding dollar amount is all they're getting, that's an outright lie. They received $12,270 per student, the base student allocation, this past year. Local funding is $594.5 million, and that breaks down to another additional $4,550 per student. Then you add in the federal funding, that $571.2 million, and it breaks down to another, and keep adding this all up, $4,370 per student, for a grand whopping total of $21,090 per student. That is how much they paid per student here in the state of Alaska in the 2024 fiscal school season. Alaska public schools are funded by a combination of state aid, local contributions, and federal impact assistance. Alaska is the state that spends the most on students overall in the entire United States. Never forget the increase the special interests are demanding having will not improve the overall outcomes of our students are currently receiving. With half-empty schools that should be shut down and consolidated, top-heavy administration costs trying to run 53 school districts that should be reduced down to just 3, and the DEI CRT policies that have only compounded the problems Alaska education system is having, making it nearly impossible for us to get a quality education in Alaska. And I'm looking at the time here. It looks like I may have missed the beginning of their thing starting here. Let me go back and take a look. Oh, nope, I haven't missed it at all. It looks like it's just getting started here. There we go. Let me get onto the right screen. And bear with me here. I've got a lot of open windows here on my screen. Yes, they have began talking. I will go ahead and unmute that broadcast, and I will put that over onto the main screen.
You're high. Is that my time?
It is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Ephraim Freilich, then Amy Lloyd, and then Colin Flynn. Please come forward, identify yourself, and begin your testimony.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Ephraim Freilich. I'm a born and raised Juneau kid and a product of the public education system here in Alaska. I also brought my son, Oromo, who attends first grade here in Juneau and is part of the Juneau School District. I'm here on behalf of my family, and and really all my friends and family here in Juneau, who have been experiencing a public school system that is failing us. And we have teachers and educators who care, but my son had a kindergarten class last year of 30 kids, and that room was stressful for me at drop-off, and I couldn't imagine being there all day. It was intense. And that is a product of the unreliable funding of our schools. I moved with my family back home just a couple years ago for the opportunity. And the education system that I remembered from growing up here. And it felt like within a couple years, it became clear to us that that was no longer the case. I'm heartened, and I thank the committee and staff and the members here for raising this early. It's really exciting to see the legislature working in the second week efficiently on the issues that are a priority for us, for families here in Alaska, which is steady and funding of our education system. It feels like this gives us hope. I don't have to keep maybe getting Zillow links from my wife about houses in better school districts elsewhere. And there's a reason for us to stay. And that includes, like I said, my family, my small business that I moved up here, my employees. But this is meaningful to us. And having steady, forward-funded education is really at the heart of any functional society that I'm aware of, right? And this is an unnecessarily politically charged issue. This is just good policy. And thank you so much, and I urge passage. I appreciate you all.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Amy Lloyd, Colin Flynn, and then Jason Fagel. Please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Amy Lloyd, and I'm a teacher here in Juneau. I'm in my 23rd year of teaching. I am here again to ask for a BSA increase. We love our students, and we want them to receive the resources that they deserve. And as educators, we're doing what we can. So my message is, please hold strong for public schools and resist the pressure from the governor to divert our attention, resources, and energy towards other areas. Public education is a vital foundation of America, and to undermine its importance is frankly un-American. Our young Alaskans deserve better than they are receiving. Thank you for your pro-public education advocacy for a BSA increase.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Colin Flynn, please come forward, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Colin Flynn. I live in Juneau. I'm the father of 2 young daughters, and I strongly support HB 69. My concern is that the degradation of our schools due to continued flat funding and the deterrent that's creating for young families who want to live here. I grew up in Juneau, went through the school system, graduated from JDHS in 2008, left the state for some time, got married. In 2020, then convinced my wife to move up here from Seattle. The pitch was about the kids we were planning to have. Like other Alaskan communities, Juneau is an incredible place for kids and families, but that's changing. If we don't have strong schools and well-supported teachers, young people won't come back to start their families like I did. They'll find somewhere else to live. This legislature needs to ask themselves if they have the courage to support the foundation of our communities through HB 69. Thank you to this committee for all the hard work you all are doing.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Jason Fagel, if you could please come forward, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony. Oh, you did. I'm sorry. If you would like to, this would be your time, but you do not have to. Sorry about that.
Elsewhere in Alaska, rather than moving out of here like we're seeing now. Thank you.
Forward, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony. Hello, my name is Jada Call, and I am a mother of 3 children who attend public school here in Juneau. I also work as an occupational therapist in the Juneau School District. As an occupational therapist, I work with some of our most vulnerable students all of which, not unlike all children, have very individualized needs. Just like being a good parent, being a good educator requires resources. In order to support students with their learning, they require access to a variety of resources. These resources vary from tangible objects, such as books, paper, pencils, rulers, and perhaps the sensitive devices to hold and manipulate material. Equipment resources, such as high-low mat tables, gate belts, mechanical or hydraulic lifts, computers, eye-gaze communication devices. The resource of space.
Record and begin your testimony.
Space to safely maneuver around the environment.
Hello, my name is Jada Call, and I am a mother of 3 children who attend public school here in Juneau. I also work as an occupational therapist in the Juneau School District. As an occupational therapist, I work with some of our most vulnerable students, all of which, not unlike all children, have very individualized needs. Just like being a good parent, being a good educator requires resources. In order to support students with their learning, they require access to a variety of resources. These resources vary from tangible objects such as books, papers, pencils, rulers, perhaps assistive devices to hold and manipulate materials, equipment resources such as high-low mat tables, gate belts, mechanical or hydraulic lifts, computers, eye-gaze communication devices, the resource of space to store their adaptive equipment, space to safely maneuver around the environment, space to safely and adequately participate in toileting or other hygiene routines, space to be able to take a reset when the rigor of the overcrowded classrooms become too great. Most importantly, our students require the resource of adequate staffing, highly trained and educated staff who are able to support their needs. The staff need the time to work together, to collaborate to meet the needs of the individuals that each student is. They need the time and the resources to support the students' learning, differentiating instructions to meet their needs. Now tell me, how are any of these resources possible without funding? How are we supposed to pay for tangible supplies without funding? How are we supposed to maintain our buildings, which supply the space for learning, without funding? How are we supposed to compensate our staff without funding? We can't. I urge you to support HB 69 and secure much needed funding for education. Let's end the constant fight for education funding with inflation proof. Our future deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, Laura Mulgrew, Katie Green, and Frank Hauser. Then we will be going online for testimony.
I had N next to my name.
Oh, okay. Well, I am sorry
Representative Story,
again.
you seem to want us all up here tonight.
Yes.
I'm Laura Mulgrew. I live here in Juneau. I'm a parent of 4 children who have also all graduated from the Juneau School District. My family made a decision to stay in Juneau partially because of the education system when we first moved here. My children are all young adults now, and I continue to teach for the Juneau School District. I'm speaking only on behalf of myself and no other organization that I belong to or represent. The fact of the matter is I can sit here and reiterate everything everyone else has said, but the bottom line is without educational funding, we're losing our future. We're losing people who are going to be sitting in your seats in years from now that are sitting there with education behind them. And I don't know about you, but I would love to have people educated, well educated, to continue to represent our beautiful state that we choose to live in. So I feel like I'm speaking to a group of people who already support HB 69, but the bottom line is we need to get this bill moving and we need to get the funding for public education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And next up, we have Katie Green. And yes, she does have, she wants to testify behind her name, checking that. Please come forward, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name's Katie Green. I'm the mother of 2 current JSD students and 5 alumni JSD students. In my family's 14 years in the district, we've have our first kiddo now who requires an IEP. For context, Jacob is legally blind in his left eye. He's autistic, and he has severe speech delays. I'm here today not just as a proud mother of 7 JSD students, but also to provide advocacy for our most vulnerable students, those like Jacob. My son's school has some IEP services accessible via Zoom only. One special ed teacher has more than 30 kiddos on her caseload. Our speech pathologist will only see kids up through 2nd grade. There's one para being shared between 4 classrooms. All of these hardships can be easily avoided with the hiring package to attract certified staff. The BSA in Alaska has been flat funded since fiscal year 17. There's one para being shared between 4 classrooms. All of these hardships can be easily avoided is 22.33%. I'm confident in this committee's ability to see the importance of service to our most vulnerable students. I am trusting Jacob's future to you. When you fund education adequately, you create a ripple effect that benefits every aspect of our society. So I urge you to vote in support of House Bill 69.
Thank you. Frank Hauser, and then I will be going online to the Kodiak LIO, and there we have Carrie Irons and Mike Milligan. Please put your name on the record and identify yourself and begin your testimony.
Madam Co-Chairs and members of the House Education Committee, my name is Frank Hauser. I'm the superintendent of the Juneau School District. I'm speaking in favor of House Bill 69. Over the last year, the Juneau School District and community have done a lot of hard work and made some very difficult decisions. We closed 3 schools, consolidated 2 high schools and 2 middle schools, and closed the district office buildings. Even with the single largest restructuring in the history of the Juneau School District, we are still facing a deficit next school year without a meaningful increase to the base student allocation. A BSA increase is necessary to provide reading and other supports and opportunities for students, to help with recruitment and retention, and to provide district stability for the first time in almost a decade. The Governor's Working Group on Teacher Retention and Recruitment Action Plan stated, quote, salary topped the survey results, end quote, of the root causes of Alaska teacher retention and recruitment issues. JSD is home to one of the oldest charter schools in the state, the Juneau Community Charter School. We have a long history of supporting parent choice. There is no wait list to attend JCCS. In fact, we have fewer parents choosing charter school now and are actively advertising about the program. In JSD, approximately 9 out of 10 parents choose traditional public schools. It is time to adequately support students and families who choose Alaska's public schools and provided for in our state constitution. I would like to comment briefly on the oft-referenced Harvard Charter School study. The lead researcher said, quote, whether or not we would get the same ranking for charter schools in Alaska today is an open question, end quote. You see, his data was from 2009 to 2019, before the pandemic. As someone who faces accountability expectations on a daily basis in his job, it is an open question whether the results of a study based on data that was collected on only 2 grade levels prior to a world-changing pandemic is still applicable to the education landscape in Alaska today. What is not an open question is that a BSA increase would support all Alaska students and also increase funding to all charter schools in the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to the LIO in Kodiak, and Carrie Irons. If you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Yes, hello. My name is Carrie Irons. I'm a retired educator from the Kodiak Island Borough School District, and I'm speaking with you this evening as a community member and as the president of the Board of Education in Kodiak. Thank you for pushing forward with legislation for education so quickly in the session. And thank you for identifying an increase to the BSA amount in HB 69 that is a meaningful amount that will truly help our districts make ends meet. A week ago today, our school board made the heart-wrenching, the heartbreaking decision to close a school, as so many districts have been forced to do to balance their budgets. In the next weeks, we will identify additional cuts in order to close the ever-widening gap between revenues and expenditures. It's hard to imagine how much longer our communities can continue along this path. Have we collectively considered the outcomes if our state doesn't increase funding for public education? And by increase, I mean an increase to the base student allocation so that districts can count on that and plan how to sustain the educational programs that matter to the communities we serve. I strongly support HB 69 and believe it is necessary to invest in our communities and in our state. Thank you so much for your work in Juneau. Thank you for thinking about the future of our state and the greatest assets we have, our kids.
Thank you for your testimony. Mike, now next we'll go to Mike Mulligan. If you could unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Mike Milligan. I'm representing myself. I'm a longtime resident of Kodiak. I have stepchildren and biological children that have been educated in the school district going back to 1980. I have a daughter-in-law who's a teacher here. I have a daughter who is a teacher in Juneau, and two of my kids went to school in Fairbanks, and I'm a retired union laborer. I'm basically just a Joe Schmo, but I want to really thank the legislature for attacking this issue early. And as the previous speaker said, this was a heartbreaking debate here in Kodiak to close a school. And as I listened to all the testimony today, and I listened to the testimony we had here in Kodiak over this education issue, I can't help but wonder if we are inadvertently debating Alaska tax issues. We need to prioritize education funding, and the tax that I'm really looking at, that I'm really kind of upset with, is the corporate income tax for oil companies. We're allowing some of this money to leave the state, and that's money that is not available for education. So I would just encourage the legislators, because you have to look at the big picture, that as you hear people saying, we don't have the money, we don't have the money, we do have the money, we're just not collecting it. And again, I just can't overemphasize how proud and encouraging I am of the legislature and both bodies addressing this issue early. And I encourage you to support HB 69, and I thank you for your vision. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to the Fairbanks LIO when we will hear from Erica Burr for Moan. Erica Burr, if you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Understand why.
Excuse me, we didn't.
Hello, this is Erica Burr. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, we just can hear you now. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay, it took a moment, I guess. I'm Erica Burr in Fairbanks, Alaska. Thank you for taking time to listen and understand why HB 69 matters to me and my students. Strong relationships between students and educators are key to success in the classroom. Students need to know that their teachers know and value each of them. Too little per student spending undermines these relationships by creating overlarge classes where teacher time and energy are scarce resources. As a teacher, large classes break my heart because I only get to know the students who actively strive to teach me who they are. For many others, I don't even have the chance to learn what kinds of support and feedback will best include and help them learn. A large class is also more stressful and tiring in class and requires more documentation time outside of class. This has a direct impact on a teacher's effectiveness and their satisfaction with their job. Every exhausted educator faces a tough decision. Do they stay in the classroom continuing to feel so inadequate? Or do they pursue another opportunity they have as a well-educated and accomplished leader and problem solver? We need to remember this as we look for ways to recruit and retain skilled educators for our teachers, for our children. We need a job that is reasonable. We need good working conditions and manageable class sizes so we can give our students our best. We aren't asking for an easy job, just one that is possible. Our schools are working so hard to help wonderful young humans build the experience, knowledge, dispositions, and skills needed to participate productively in our economy and our communities. These young people each deserve to have our time, energy, and attention. For the past 2 years, half of my classes have over 30 students in them. In a class this size, my time and attention is stretched to breaking. For the large number of students who need significant support building relationships with adults and peers, or who need a closer relationship to be able to learn, this scarcity of time and attention erodes the possibility of a productive classroom. They learn that they are not valued. They start to check out because they feel like no one has the time or energy or resources for them. But you can show them that they are worth our time and our money. They need to hear it from you. Raising and inflation-proofing the base student allocation as proposed in House Bill 69 is a key step in showing our students that our leaders care about them and their futures. Thank you again for taking the time to hear our testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll go to James Aldridge. If you could unmute yourself, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony.
My name is James Aldridge. I'm a grandfather here in Fairbanks, and I'll keep it pretty short, pretty sweet. I would like to see this SB 69 passed at the utmost speed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to Cooper Moan. If you could unmute yourself and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Cooper Moan. I'm a student at UAF. My degree is going for secondary education, and I want to go and teach biology for students here. And in my time living in Alaska, it has broken my heart multiple times to see schools shut down and see educational opportunities for kids to strive and succeed in our state and in our communities shut off. I have friends who have lost their schools and they've shut down. I'm seeing people struggle financially, going into college, going into higher education, going into trade opportunities, and it saddens me greatly that that it's been such a hard time to pass some more funding for schools. I urgently ask that House Bill 69 is passed so that way we can get set the record straight and get everything moving forward in a direction where we as Alaskans can succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to online callers who are calling in the teleconference, and we will start with David Guttenberg. If you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very well.
Hello. My name is David Guttenberg. I currently sit on the Fairbanks North Scarborough Assembly. The Assembly has a position to fully fund education and support a permanent increase to the BSA and also consistent policies with the Association of Alaska School Boards. But that's not why I come to you. I come to you as a retired Alaska State Legislator. I sat in your seats for 16 years, and I can tell you, if you don't pass this bill or increase the BSA, you will be back here next year, just like you were back here last year, and the next year, and the next year, with ever-increasing numbers. The BSA is a critical part of a component of life in Alaska, and you have to deal with this instead of keep putting it off. One-time funding is no solution. So there's another part of this that needs to be addressed, that when every time you underfund education in the communities that fund education with local property taxes or whatever they have, you're inherently increasing the taxes on Alaskans. When the Fairbanks North Scarborough backstopped some of the short funding, we put some of our funds into it, and that inevitably increases the cost of living in Alaska. So some people down there say never going to have taxes in Alaska. But when you underfund education and local municipalities and boroughs backstop that, you're increasing the taxes on Alaskans. And I want to quickly address the issue on accountability. You want accountability like some of the governor's talking points are, and he had accountability in his Kids Read program. But just go to a school board meeting and listen to what they're talking about. That's all they talk about, and how they can improve student outcomes, and how they can improve student class sizes, and what they can do to improve the lives of students. You currently have an incredible amount of accountability in our school boards around the state. Just go and participate and watch what happens. So I want to thank you, and I will sign off.
Thank you for your continued service to Alaska. And we will now proceed with the people online. Danica Ham, then it's going to be Celeste Groden, and then Luke Allman. Ms. Ham, if you could unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, are you able to hear me? This is Danica Ham.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the House Education Committee. Hello, my name is Danica Ham. I am a senior from Tri-Valley School in Healy, Alaska, and I am testifying on behalf of the Alaska Association of Student Governments, also known as ASOG. I currently have the honor of serving as the president of ASOG and have been on our executive board for all 4 years of my high school tenure. On behalf of our organization, I firmly believe that increasing the base student allocation is crucial for the future of Alaskan schools and our students, and ASOG stands in strong support of House Bill 69. ASOG is Alaska's largest student leadership organization, hosting 2 conferences annually where delegates from across the state present resolutions on significant issues. During my time on the board, we have consistently heard numerous resolutions in support of a BSA increase, with several BSA-centered resolutions often presented at the same conference. Furthermore, we have witnessed the closure of several ASOG member schools due to funding deficits, including Ben Eielson High School and Thunder Mountain High School. Several of my close friends and fellow executive board members previously attended these schools that have been directly affected by failures in our funding policies before their closure. As a primary elected leader representing hardworking students across the state, we cannot remain indifferent while our education system crumbles under the weight of inadequate funding. It is imperative that we adequately serve our next generation of leaders, and ASOG strongly supports action towards permanently raising and inflation-proofing the BSA. With this funding increase, we can cause a ripple effect that will help our students to make large rippling waves that reach the furthest corners of our communities and our world. Thank you for your consideration and your commitment to supporting Alaska students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Celeste Groden. If you could unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Celeste Hodge Grouden, and I am the President and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. I am testifying on behalf of our organization to express our strong support for House Bill 69, which, as you know, proposes to increase the base student allocation for our schools. As many of you are aware, Alaska's school funding formula has remained flat for far too long, nearly a decade, which has had dire consequences for our educational system. The lack of adequate funding has forced school districts to make heart-wrenching decisions, including the closure of schools like Abbott Loop Elementary. These decisions not only disrupt the education of our children, but also impact the entire community, particularly in areas where schools serve as vital hubs for families. Education is the foundation upon which we build our future, and it's imperative that we ensure our schools are adequately funded to provide our children with the opportunities they deserve. House Bill 69, which proposes an increase of $1,000 to the BSA this year, followed by incremental increases over the next 2 years, and an annual adjustment tied to inflation thereafter, is a critical step in the right direction. This legislation demonstrates a commitment to prioritizing education and addressing the urgent needs of our students and schools. By investing in our education system, we are not only investing in the future of our children, but also in the future of our communities and our state. I urge all members to support HB 69 and to recognize the vital role that education plays in creating a more equitable society. We cannot afford to sit back and allow our schools to suffer due to inadequate funding. The time for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Luke Allman, then Rhonda Prowell-Kidder, and then Patricia Connoisseur. Luke Allman, if you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of a base student allocation increase. My name is Luke Allman, and I am the principal of South Anchorage High School. I've been an educator for 21 years, the last 10 of those as a principal in the Anchorage School District. In that time, I have never seen the kind of challenges that we currently face. To that end, I would like to share 3 items that illustrate these challenges and, by extension, how a BSA increase could address them. First, if we continue to receive one-time funds, principals across the state will continue to cut staff in February or March and then try to hire a portion of them back in the summer. By that time, almost all of them have left the state or will have secured other employment. Last year, in particular, I was forced to cut 3.5 staff members, or the equivalent of 17 classes. This year, I expect to have to cut even more. Together, that means South High School and almost all high schools in this state will have up to 42 less classes for students, depending on their size. The pattern is the same at almost all other schools. That means I will have 40 teachers remaining for approximately 1,260 students, while schools in the lower 48 with similar enrollment have up to 70 teachers or 350 more class options for their students. Second, when I attempt to hire new staff, I often have 0 candidates to interview. South High School is one of the newest high schools in Anchorage, an excellent place to teach and learn, has a vibrant school culture, and prepares students who enter the most competitive post-secondary institutions, as well as the workforce that keeps Alaska's economy afloat. If I cannot find new candidates to hire, I suspect my peers are in even more desperate circumstances. This is because our salaries are no longer competitive, and we have no long-term benefit to offer as our class sizes get bigger every year. Finally, I would like to share my own story as an example of what is at stake. I came to Alaska in 2008.
Excuse me, Mr. Allman. Your time has finished, so if you could please prepare your, if you have written testimony, if you could please send that to us, we would really like to read it. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Rhonda Prowell-Kidder. If you could unmute yourself, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening, Chair Himshoot, Story, and fellow members. My name is Rhonda Prowell-Kidder, and I am the proud parent of a first grader at Aquarian Charter School within the Anchorage School District system. I also serve as the treasurer for the Academic Policy Committee, the APC, at Aquarian. I am here today to express my strong support for HB 69. This past year, Aquarian was honored with the prestigious National Blue Ribbon Award for 2024, a testament to the dedication and hard work of our educators, staff, and administrators. We are incredibly proud of this achievement. However, our school staff continue to face the relentless challenge of operating within the insufficient funding. They are committed to the academic success of each student, but do so with carrying the heavy burden of making do with a budget that falls short of meeting their needs. HB 69 represents a critical opportunity to provide greater stability and support for schools like Aquarian. By increasing guaranteed funding, it will help alleviate the financial pressures schools face in maintaining manageable class sizes, sustaining quality educational programs, and ensuring every student receives the attention they deserve. The success of Aquarian is built on a careful balance of committed staff, a supportive community, and a low student-to-teacher ratio. But without adequate and predictable funding, we are at risk of losing this formula for success. Aquarian continues to demonstrate accountability and innovation in managing its limited resource. The Aquarian PTO has been instrumental in fundraising to provide additional monies for needed professional development and opportunities for staff and students. Aquarian parents donate their time and resources to provide the funding that is lacking within the BSA. We are committed to making every dollar count, but can only stretch our resources so far. I am deeply invested in my child's education and the future of all students within our state. We need your support to ensure that our schools, teachers, administrators, and children have the resources they deserve.
I urge you to vote yes on HB 69 to help provide our schools with the stability and funding they need to thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to Patricia Conister. If you could please unmute yourself, put your name on the record, and I begin your testimony.
Yes, hi, my name is Patricia Canancer, and I am a school board member for the Craig City School District on Prince of Wales Island. Additionally, I am also a parent and a nurse on our island. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here in support of House Bill 69. I have been living in Alaska since 2012. We initially came to Alaska seeking a safer community to raise our children and to live the Alaska lifestyle. As a board member, I have served the Craig City School District for 3 years as vice president and as a board member. Our community is very small and remote. Additionally, I am a parent of 2 children in our public school district in Craig. Over the past several years, I have witnessed our school district gradually be affected more and more by the flat funding. As a school board, it has been very difficult to see our teacher population dwindling due to the lack of funding. We have cut our budget as much as possible and are now facing multi-level classrooms as a potential option to make our schools continue. We have also cut our high school students to 6 classes instead of 7 due to our staffing. Our staff at the school district works extremely hard, wearing multiple hats and continuing to dedicate their time and energy to our students. Our community has also taken measures to support our schools. We passed a sales tax for our community to assist with the funding. However, despite all these efforts, our deficit is still too large and we'll be consistently struggling with the finances. I want the best for our future, not only for my own children, but for all Alaskan children. I work full-time as a nurse and see the effects in our clinic as well. Students are struggling with mental health. We have transitioned to a K-12 counselor, music, PE, and SEALS teacher. Additionally, our counselor supports our PACE school district. We would like to see our funding increase so that we can better our future for all of our Alaskan students. Please support House Bill 69 to support our Alaskan future and to help our kids get a better opportunity to learn like what we had when we were all children. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hear from Chris Noel, Sarah Massman, John Hargis, and then we will go to the Sitka LAO. If you could please unmute yourself, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony, Mr. Noel.
Madam Co-Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Chris Noel, and I serve as the mayor here of the Denali Borough. I'm calling this evening to just provide our wholehearted support for House Bill 69. We appreciate the significant and necessary increase to the BSA that this bill would provide, and we also really appreciate that it includes inflation proofing with an annual CPI adjustment. Wanted to let members of the committee know our governing body, the Denali Borough Assembly, passed resolution number 2501 on January 8th in support of a significant BSA increase and inflation adjustment. The Denali Borough historically has maximized our local contribution, yet this is limited when the BSA remains stagnant. The year 1 increase in House Bill 69 would allow the Denali Borough School District to balance its FY26 budget. We are just dedicated to our shared responsibility to maintain these community assets, our shared state, borough, and school district responsibility. I just wanted to emphasize these, as so many have already said, these schools are community hubs, and they provide many connections, including sleeping quarters for tournaments, emergency shelters, recreation centers, hosting community libraries, to just name a few. Again, just want to thank you for your support, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Sarah Massman. If you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. My name is Sarah Massman. I am the chair of the Alaska Nurses Association Legislative Committee. We are the unified voice of nurses in the last frontier. I live in Ketchikan. I am testifying tonight to express the full support of nurses to have the base student allocation raised, fully funded, and inflation-proofed. Public educated kids are healthy kids. We would like to remind you also that school nurses are funded through the base student allocation. Please support the passage of House Bill 69. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to John Hargis. If you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you. This is John Hargis. I'm the superintendent of the Lower Yukon School District. Dear members of the House and Senate Education Committees, I'm running to express my strong support for HB 69 and to encourage the legislature to focus on increasing the BSA. Predictable and sustainable funding is essential for Alaska schools, especially in rural areas where options for education are often limited to just one school. Over the years, inadequate funding has created significant challenges for districts across the state. Many schools have had to reduce programs and electives, increase class sizes, cut extracurricular activities, and struggle to retain and recruit qualified staff. These issues directly affect the quality of education our students receive. LYSD is currently facing a $3.1 million budget shortfall. The rising costs of utilities, staffing, air transportation, health insurance, and other essential services have made it increasingly difficult to sustain school operations. Inflation has affected every aspect of our work, yet funding has not kept pace with these growing demands. If we do not invest in our public schools, programs, and students, we are choosing not to invest in Alaska's future. Alaska has the opportunity to do something by supporting HB 69. Increasing the base student allocation means investing in our children, our communities, and the future of our state. Thank you for your dedication to Alaska's students and for considering this vital legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to the Sitka Legislative Information Office, and we will begin with Jasmine Wolf and then Olivia Scan. Please unmute yourself, Jasmine, and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hello and good evening. Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs, for allowing me this time to speak. My name is Jasmine Wolf, and I'm a senior at Sitka High School. I have seen my school district make cut after cut just to try and stay afloat. They have managed as best they can with the resources given, yet they are still unable to balance the budget and provide an acceptable learning environment due to increased class sizes, outdated technology, lack of staff, and so much more. I know that my story is not uncommon, and there are thousands of students across the state with similar stories. I stand before you today asking for your support for House Bill 69. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of my future of my school district, and I'm afraid of the future of our state if we continue to underfund education. Alaska students deserve the best opportunities, and by supporting this bill, you're investing in their future and in the future of Alaska itself, as the foundation of every state lies in education of its youth. As a high school senior, I have witnessed our state government devalue and drastically underfund education over the past 4 years. As much as I would love to stay in my home state and continue my education, I have made the hard decision to move out of state to a state that values and funds education. Underfunding education will continue to drive students and residents out of state to raise their families. Our state will continue to find it difficult to find and hire educated and skilled workers. I encourage you to set a better example, make education funding a priority, to make our youth a priority, and not to treat our youth education as an item to be manipulated. We must remember that education is not a cost, it's an investment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Olivia Scan. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Scan, and I am the Secretary of the Sitka High School Student Council and the Region Rep of the Alaska Association for Student Governments for all of Southeast Alaska. But I am only testifying on behalf of myself in support of House Bill 69. I did not take marine biology this year, the class I was most looking forward to, because my school district is in a $2 million deficit, and we cannot afford to have another marine biology class that isn't at the same time as a class required to graduate. Next year, our marine biology class, along with many others, might not exist. If this bill doesn't pass, students of my high school will not be allowed to take more classes of specific subjects than what is required to graduate. This means that a prospective contractor will not be able to take all the construction courses we offer, only the requirement, which is 1 credit. This year, I wish to run for a position on the executive board of the Alaska Association for Student Governments, a position that would have required me to travel. I was told I could not run for this position because my school could not afford for me to travel to Anchorage from a rural town. Only if you lived in Anchorage would your state school district be able to afford this statewide position. Last year, my best friend told me that his parents, both teachers, might have to move away and leave him here because their pay was not reflective of the growing inflation rates. They were only able to stay because so many other teachers chose to move. Why should students want to come to school any more than they do now if it is less worthwhile? Why should we bother staying in Alaska if our government is not supporting our future careers? If the lack of funding is leading to a future devastation in our economy as people leave and our citizens lack the tools to succeed? I have not been in a fully funded school since I was in kindergarten, and all of these problems are reflective of that. These are things that this bill could change. It would give us, the future of Alaska, back our unique opportunities to thrive and grow, and support this wonderful and special state and the future we hold in it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jamie Ells. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs, for your time today. My name is Jamie Eels. I speak to you as a concerned parent of 2 young children, one of whom will be at kindergarten age next year. I urge you to support House Bill 69, which will provide a significant increase to the BSA. Public schools across the state face immense pressure to balance budgets and maintain a quality education with flat funding. This has resulted in school closures, overcrowded classrooms, and insignificant resources. All of this directly impacts my child's potential as they prepare to enter school. In my local school district, my incoming child won't have access to a music program or a school librarian due to budget cuts. Research shows these programs support children's holistic development. Music education fosters creativity, emotional intelligence, and cognitive skills. A school librarian cultivates a child's love for reading and critical thinking, which are essential skills for 21st century learners. Without the passage of House Bill 69, I have to wonder what will be cut next year that my child will no longer have access to. Physical education, school counselors, nurses, how crowded will his classroom be? Small class sizes and elective programs are vital for children's social, emotional well-being and overall health. School is not just about reading, writing, and math. As a parent, these concerns have forced me to explore alternative options. I am a born and raised Alaskan, and I am having to make the difficult decision to explore moving out of state to ensure that my child receives the quality education they deserve. This is a difficult decision for any family to have to make, yet it is happening over and over again. I believe this reflects a serious failure of our current public education system. Investing in our children's education is an investment in our future. Supporting House Bill 69 will ensure our schools have the resources they need to provide a high quality education for all students, keeping our children in our community and preventing families the need to seek alternatives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Susan Brandt Ferguson, then Kat Richards, then Jill Montagna. And I wanted to say thank you to people who are waiting online. We do have the email address of house.education@akleg.gov if you want to email the committee, if you do not have the time to stay online tonight, but we appreciate your willingness to testify. If we could have Susan Brandt Ferguson, please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Susan Brandt Ferguson, and I am from Sitka. I am a lifelong Alaskan. My 2 children are graduates of Sitka High School, and I'm in my 29th year of teaching in Sitka. Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs, Representative Story and Representative Himshoot, for prioritizing Alaska education funding by putting forward HB 69 so early in the session. And thank you for hearing public testimony tonight. Under the current funding levels, Alaska's children are missing out. In recent years, due to budget constraints, we have lost music teachers, dedicated library teachers, a dedicated science instructor, reading specialists, and so many more. Numerous other programs have melted away as staff are stretched thin. Due to budget cuts, our teachers have less time in the day to prep for lessons they teach. They have more students, and they are responsible for teaching more subjects. Many teachers are teaching outside of their areas of expertise as we try to keep programs afloat. As much as we try to not let it happen, students are undoubtedly affected by the stress that teachers feel in this environment. Our state has the obligation to adequately fund education, and we have the means. It is a matter of priorities. I hope we can show Alaska's children that they are worth putting first. Let's raise the BSA and forward fund education. I am strongly in support of HB 69. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, if we have Kat Richards, if you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Kat Richards. I am recently accepted a position in the Sitka Public School District as the district-wide RN. I've been in healthcare industry for the last 32 years, from a certified nurse aide to a chief nursing officer. Thank you, Chairwoman Himshu's Story and the rest of this committee for allowing me to speak out in favor of passing House Bill 69 to raise the BSA in Alaska. This bill is clear, concise, and addresses the need to support schools, and in turn supports the students here in Alaska. A higher BSA that aligns with the cost of living is crucial for teacher retention, building maintenance and upkeep, CTE programs that keep students engaged, health support for the entire school system. Why are these areas that I just listed important? A stable and engaged environment in school equals students becoming productive members of the workforce, whether it's on to college or right into the workforce after graduation. Alaska needs students to be educated to stabilize our environment. Let's do more than adequate for our school districts. Raising the bar for our schools, raise the BSA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like the record to note that Rep. Elam has joined us. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Joe Montagna. If you could please unmute yourself and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. My name is indeed Joe Montagna, 18-year teacher here in Sitka, over 18-year resident of Sitka, Alaska, transplanted from New York City, and I would not live or work anywhere else in the world thanks to the education system that I currently work in and see that my children and the children of our community thrive in. And as most of us have heard, all these programs that are cut, everything from the kindergarten level to the high school level. I mean, I see it in my own school. We have a AK Reads program, which is an amazing program that the government backed and gave us a few bucks to run, and it showed amazing results. The test scores were the highest they've ever been in our building and in our district, and it was so great to see. Only a year later to see the rug pulled out underneath the program with the cuts to our budget and the cuts to those positions. And you can only imagine where the test scores will be next with one teacher in our building doing that as opposed to 3. It makes a humongous difference. And reading is such a fundamental foundation at the kindergarten level. And then you just go through the line of other elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and the electives that will get taken away from high school students, the music and the arts and the CTEs, that children, some of them only go to school for those programs, and they get through with the rest. HB 69 will take care of all this. I just think it's long overdue. We're finally catching up with inflation. Anyone who knows the history of the BSA knows that it has not significantly gone up in the past 10 years, and yet we know expenses have certainly gone up in Alaska in the last 10 years, but the value of our children's education should not have to suffer for this. House Bill 69 fixes that. So just thanks for the opportunity to talk. Districts will love to have the stability knowing early on for the next 3 years that we'll know what money we're dealing with and what we can do with our staffing, so our community will know what opportunities are there for our children. So full support of HB 69. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I need to take a break.
Can you hear that?
Oh, there you go. It's back.
Is that good? Okay.
We are back on record. Sorry about that. We had a brief thing we needed to fix here, technology. So next, I would like to continue with Jen Reed, Eric Jordan, and then Kyle Lyle, excuse me. So please, if Jen Reed could unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Jen Reed, and I live in Sitka. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm here today to ask the committee to support HB 69. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, a parent and a teacher. As a parent, when I go to the grocery store or anywhere to purchase something my household needs, I've had to learn how to be selective so I can stay within my means. However, since 2017, my family's budget has had to increase 150% due to the cost it takes to live in Alaska. I have had to keep up with inflation. During that same time as a teacher, I have also had to change due to budgets. However, as my profession, my district has not had the same opportunity to make changes. They've just had to reduce what was available to support our students' learning. Education has not kept up with inflation. Spending more and increasing budgets can feel like scary adjustments. I urge you to vote to support HB 69 and bring 3 years of stability to districts and change the pattern of stagnation in the BSA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Eric Jordan. Please identify for your testimony and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Alaska legislators. Thank you for your service. My name is Eric Jordan. I'm a 75-year resident of Alaska. I come from a family of educators dating back to my grandmother and mother. My wife is a retired teacher. Both of my sons and their wives are teachers. Unfortunately, they've had to move out of state to continue their teaching careers. I support House Bill 69, full funding and forward funding of education. I also support returning to a defined benefit instead of a defined contribution retirement program. I am awed by the testimony I've heard here today, especially by these students here in the room with me. Please pass House Bill 69 and override this foolish governor's vetoes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will next go to Lyle Hildy. If you could please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name's Lyle Hildy. I have a son in school here. Our budget in Sitka works out to like $16 and change a day to educate a kid. There are parents that pay more than that per hour for after-school care. And for $16 a day, be year-round access to a facility for events, and 9 months virtually every day. For what you value, I guess to me the $16 a day is extremely low. And you and your wisdom have not seen fit to even bring it up to cost of living. For that $16 a day, I just lost my train of thought. When we say Alaska spends more on education per capita, yeah, that's true. Well, we spend it on school systems, not necessarily on education. Education accounts for a part of that. The fixed costs within schools eat up a large part of the budget, and when cuts have to be made, they're made from education because it's the only choice school districts and parents have. And like I said, $16 a day is an extremely low number. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to Ryan Myers. If you could identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony, please.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Ryan Myers. I teach at Sitka High School. I'm a math teacher. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 69. I agree with everything that's been said. I just want to add a couple things. Just one being that as a math teacher, it does bother me when we keep using the phrase flat funding, because flat funding is kind of a misleading term. We're being underfunded more and more every year with how costs raise. And when you don't raise it at all to meet that inflationary need, you're actually providing less. And it's important to keep that in mind. Flat funding doesn't exist. We're being expected to do more with less every year. When my family moved to Alaska in 2006, we were convinced to come from the lower 48 because we made so much more up here. And it was a beautiful place. It was wonderful. And then now to have to be having those conversations about whether we have to leave because we can't possibly afford to live here and we can't possibly afford to retire if we stay. We don't want to be in that position. We love being here. We love the kids and the community and the state, but it's just not realistic for us to stay. Some things don't change fairly quickly, and we don't want to have to do that. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your work on this.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Frederick Charbonnet. If you could please state your name for the record and begin your testimony.
Hello. Thank you to the House Committee for hearing our testimonies. My name is Frederick Charbonnet, and I am a teacher at Sitka High School, but I am also the mother of 2 children who have benefited so much from the education that has been offered to them in Sitka, Alaska. We are so proud of our community. We are so proud of our students. We are so proud of our own children who have gone through and have got so many opportunities through extracurricular activities, but also these very specific classes that they can't get anywhere else but in Alaska. And the CTE classes that they have benefited from. It doesn't matter if you are going to go to AFTEC, if you're going to go to straight to a career, or if you're going to go to a 4-year college. These kids benefit from a well-rounded education. They have learned so much from their teachers, and to not know if they're going to be able to continue to have this in the future, to have this next year, is terrible. I was one of the teachers last year who had to wait until May to even find out if I had a contract for next year. And that is super stressful on a family. It's stressful for my students. I knew that they could feel my stress. And so I thank you for looking at funding the school districts and knowing in advance what money we're going to have in our budget for next year. And please continue to talk about forward funding and making sure that we have a BSA that is inflation proof so that the future of our children, the future of Alaska, continues to be bright. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have one more in the Sitka LIO, and then I will come back into the room. Right now I have 2 people's name on the agenda, Lori Crepeau and Diane Hansen. Dwayne. And then I will go to the Anchorage LIO. So Megan Turner, if you could please put your name on the record and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Megan Turner, and I want to say thank you for hearing our testimony tonight. And also, thank you to our own Representative Himshoot and others for crafting House Bill 69. I work as a special ed teacher at Sitka High School, and I also come to you as a parent of 3 wonderful school-age boys. I see and hear firsthand the struggles that are affecting public education. At school, I see programs disappearing, class sizes growing, and students receiving less choices in school. At home, I see and hear my own children frustrated with their favorite teachers being cut, classes that they were hoping to take no longer available, and frustration reaching their full potential due to stressed educators and education settings. We have already seen so many cuts and can handle no more. We cannot continue to do more with less. I want the best for my own children, my students who experience special needs, and all Alaskan children. I urge you to permanently raise the BSA and pass House Bill 69 in support of all Alaska children's public schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we come back into the room here at Capitol Room 206, and we will begin with Lori Crepeau. If you could please come forward, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony.
Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, I'm Lori Krupe. Thank you for taking my testimony, and really thank you for introducing House Bill 69. I'm fully in support of House Bill 69. I'm a school psychologist with Juneau School District, and I've been a school psychologist in Alaska for the last, well, since 1993. I also have 2 kids who've gone through the Juneau School District. One's now in college and the other's a senior. So I have a lot of appreciation for education and for schools in general. So anyway, I've done this. This is the 3rd time I've spoken in favor of raising the BSA. So I didn't really write anything down, but I'm fully in support of House Bill 69. I think we need stability in school districts so that they can plan. They need to know how much money is available, and teachers need to know if they're coming back to work. This year we've struggled in Juneau. We closed 2 schools. Class sizes have grown, and our buildings are crowded. I know we all value students. We want students to do be the most successful they can be, and I think we need funding and that commitment in order to see that happen. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next we have Dwayne Hanson, then Emily Ferry, and then we will go to the Anchorage LIO. Please come forward and state your name and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
My name is Dwayne Hanson, and retired Lutheran pastor, and my wife's a school psychologist. We're both retired. I've been here for over 40 years, getting close to 50, and raised our children here, 4 of them. All went on to college degrees and are doing well. 3 of them have remained in Alaska, and 5 grandchildren. And so, no, 6, 7 altogether, another one on the way. But in Homer, I'm from Homer, and public education has enabled both Elizabeth and I to have really great careers. And I'm guessing you as well, who sit in this committee, are recipients of that as well. And our education was not, public education was not in Alaska. We came to Alaska. But as I said, we are the recipients of that. Been here a long time, and Wally Hickel said something that sticks in my mind. Former governor, as you know. He said, you can't cut to be prosperous. And unfortunately, that's what I have seen in the state of Alaska for the past few years. Flat funding, as we know and we've heard, and I appreciate the testimony of all these people that have spoken so well, that flat funding is a cut. And we cannot expect our public schools to thrive and be prosperous. And we just have to do this. I will be amazed if the legislative body here in Alaska does not support this bill. It's beyond me. This is critical. It's what we have to do, and I appreciate your bringing this forward, getting it on the agenda, so that as Alaskans, it's not something that comes at the last minute. But we can think about it, and I appreciate the time that we have.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next we have Emily Ferry. If you could come forward, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Emily Ferry. I live here in Juneau. My high schooler, I have 3 of them actually, but one of them wanted to come tonight. He's not here because he's at robotics practice. I'm here to testify in support of increasing education funding in HB 69. I wanted to share some stories that I feel really proud about and also some of the concerns I have. His robotics team is headed to the state tournament, and right now they have the best score in the whole state. It's really exciting. It's really amazing to see what these kids have done, and he's at practice because his teacher said, I will stay longer. I want to support you. She's this amazing Tier 1 teacher who has given her life to our public education system. She no doubt will retire in a couple years, and I don't see who is going to stand in her shoes. And I think that's true across the state, that our Tier 1 teachers who have given so much don't have people in place because we're not offering the same level of retirement. We're not offering the same level of pay that we used to. Also here in Juneau, as you know, we combined high schools last year. It was really hard. I can't believe the amazing work that the staff and the students did to make that work. Our cross-country team served 90 students. Amazing. They had a shared coaching team. But when we looked at who ran cross-country last year in Juneau, it was 120 students. So there's 30 students who, between last year and this year, no longer had that opportunity. And again, this is a story across the state that we're doing the best we can with what we have, and we are not serving as many students, and we're not doing it as well. And we know that's all just about capacity, and it's all about funding. So thanks for your support, and thanks for this bill.
Thanks for your testimony. We will now go to the Anchorage LAO, and we will begin with Charles McKee. If you could please unmute yourself and identify yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles McKee. I'm a beneficiary of the McKee Trust, and I want to validate my testimony by telling you that on national TV, the current governor made a statement that in regards to resource extraction, at least we have the jail system and the prison system to rely on as far as revenue for operating the state budget. With that, I'll also say that if you weren't aware of that, please consider boosting this House bill funding even more so after my testimony, please. I read in the paper that Representative Hendershot wanted to go back to the time when they were capable of balancing budget for the schools. So that led me to believe that you're interested in the juvenile jurisdiction. But the Bar Association claims to have unilateral dialogue to this matter by rerouting the student's promise to incarceration, exacting revenge. To what you say? They checkmated the promise we make to them. The examination of the pattern is the student accepts the fraud, in other words, the bribe, for the betrayal of the counselor, this would be Jesus Christ, for the 30 pieces of silver which buys a potter's field where the strangers are buried. The Commander-in-Chief has...
Thank you, Mr. McKee, for your testimony.
Order.
I appreciate your testimony tonight. Again, if people have written testimony to offer, please send it to house.education@akledge.gov. Next, we will go to Susan Ritter. Please identify yourself for the record and continue and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, members of the House Education Committee. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I am testifying as an individual. My name is Susan Ritter. I live and work in Anchorage. I have been a life skills special education teacher for 17 years at the Anchorage School District. Before that, I was a special education paraprofessional with Anchorage School District for 3 years. House Bill 69, an act relating to education funding. What a simple but powerful title for this bill. For the past 20 years, funding for our schools has been woefully inadequate. The legislative and executive branches of our state government have simply kicked the proverbial funding can down the road. Time has run out. Our educational system must be funded on a regular schedule. The students, families, teachers, and communities deserve to be treated with respect. I listened to the eloquent testimony on Monday by members of the community, the parents, the businesses, and school administrators from around the state who spoke about the impact of a lack of funding on schools, academic offerings, potential jobs, and the community. This bill is not asking for the moon. It is asking that our government officials abide by the state constitution by adequately supporting the funding of education for the students of Alaska. Piecemeal funding does not count. For a state as wealthy as Alaska, this is simply unacceptable. It is appalling to me that the governor of our great state sent out an email just 2 days ago urging the public to call in against this bill. What a disappointment. Is the governor working for the people of Alaska? After reading his email, it appears he is not. I again urge you to support House Bill 69 and fund our schools. Lastly, although you cannot see me, it is wonderful to see all of the former educators on this committee, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Tracy Fishbach and Scott Krass, and then we will go to one person waiting in the Fairbanks LIO, and then we will go back to the call-in. So if Tracy Fishbach, if you could identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Fishbach, and I am here in Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs and the committee for considering HB 69 so early in the legislative session. I know it's a priority for you, and it's definitely a priority for me and our family. I have lived in Anchorage with my husband for almost 30 years. We've raised our children here. They've gone through the Anchorage School District their entire lives, and they're now high schoolers and will be getting ready to graduate in the next couple years. Over these many years, we've had lots of opportunities to leave the state, and each time we have looked at the education systems and the places we were thinking about and compared them to our experience here in Anchorage. And every time we decided the schools here were so good, the opportunities were so diverse, and the teachers that we had decades of experience. Why would we leave? Now, I'm not so sure that I would make that same decision. Over the years, we've watched the class sizes grow and grow. When I ask my kids how many students are in their class, their answer is, I don't know. But in this class, I have enough desks for everybody. In the other class, we don't. That says something to me as a parent. My children are quiet. They're thoughtful. They're not pushy. And so there's a lot of needs on their teachers. And if they have a question, they often come home and say, I couldn't talk to the teacher. There were too many other students who needed them first. And this is hard as a parent to think about. This is not about the teachers. This is about having too many kids and not enough resources for them. I have no idea what it would be like to be in the school as a teacher trying to do your best for these students. I know we can do better. We just need more funding to get smaller sizes, smaller class sizes, and pay our teachers competitive wages so they want to stay here and can stay here. So in closing, I respectfully ask you to fully fund and support HB 69 and have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Scott Krass. Please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Good evening, fellow Alaskans, members of the committee. My name is Scott Krass. I'm from Fairbanks, Alaska. These comments are my own and do not represent any body of which I am a member. I'm here today to voice strong support for House Bill 69. Alaska has a constitutional obligation to provide every child and young adult with education. Yet years of flat funding coupled with rising inflation have eroded the ability of our schools to meet that promise, leading to larger class sizes, closed schools, and reduced opportunities for students. The Fairbanks Board of Education is looking to close 5 schools this year after closing 2 last year. Our local schools are in crisis. House Bill 69 takes a clear, focused approach to addressing this crisis. First, it raises the base student allocation phased in over 3 years. This increase is absolutely necessary because since 2011, education costs have gone up by more than 39%, while the BSA has increased by only 10%. The disparity is unsustainable. We simply cannot continue to shortchange our children's future. Second, HB 69 includes annual inflation adjustments starting in FY 2026. This provision is crucial for long-term stability. Rather than playing catch-up every few years, school districts will have the predictability they need to plan, innovate, and ensure students have the resources they deserve. We're all tired of being in crisis. Finally, the BSA is the most equitable way to fund education across the state. It directly benefits all forms of public education, whether neighborhood schools, charter schools such as my children attend, or correspondence programs for homeschoolers. Every student in Alaska stands to gain from this measure. Passing HB 69 is about securing our children's future and fulfilling our constitutional duty. When our schools have the resources they need, our children gain the knowledge and skills they need to succeed in life, and all of Alaska thrives. I urge you to stand with the co-sponsors of this bill and all of our students across the state by voting yes on HB 69. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Patricia Lee in the Fairbanks LIO, and then Andy Holloman and Jenna Ham, who are online. Patricia Lee, if you could please identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Good evening. I'm Patrice Lee, and I'm in the Fairbanks LIO. As a parent, a grandparent, and a former math and science teacher, I'm here to say succinctly in the beginning, I support House Bill 69. I support the base student allocation increase. The incremental increases are a type of forward funding, although I would like to see us move into a dedicated forward funding of education for all the reasons you might be aware of. I would like to see that this be veto-proofed, inflation-proofed, and that we consider some important things. Reinstituting music, arts, counseling, and school nurses. I think those are all very important to keeping kids healthy. In Canada, every child goes through a well child check and is made sure that they are ready to learn, that they have adequate health care and education. We don't necessarily have that, but our school nurses have been an integral part in making sure that the staff and the students are well cared for. I do have a problem with legislators who feel like there has to be accountability while they starve our education system. And I would still like to have those legislators to take the 10th grade achievement test with the public results being published. I doubt that that's going to happen, but I think that, you know, the tests are the tests, and I spent years working on developing tests. I have a daughter who's a teacher presently, and with no defined contribution and no pay that's inadequate, about half of what a truck driver makes, and I believe truck drivers should be well paid. But she's had offers in Malaysia where it's the $90,000 per year, a generous retirement, 2 round trips per year, housing provided, and on and on. And, you know, some places really value their teachers, and I want us to see us get back to that. As a teacher, I felt valued, and I don't feel that teachers nowadays do. The state and national GOP platform, one can read the terrible plan for education, especially with regards to...
Again, if people have longer testimony, we really do want to hear it, and you can send that to house.education@akledge.gov. Next, we're going online. We're going to start with Andy Hollerman, Jenna Ham, Lael Old Mixon. So if Mr. Hollerman could please unmute himself, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony.
My name is Andy Hollerman. I'm a retired educator and currently serve as president of the Anchorage School District Board. I've been involved in education in Alaska since 1994. Because our time is so short, I have to be general. What we've seen over the past 15 years in particular is an ability by some leaders, to hold funding flat and unpredictable, while inflation has slowly squeezed our purchasing power. The result is a system that cannot innovate much, as each year goes by as a search for a way to whittle a little more muscle while maintaining a shadow of a program such that people won't notice so much. I do believe the result is a political goal for some, and that makes passing this bill difficult. If we try to cut Ignite in Anchorage, students and parents turn out in droves to oppose it, including people that were students decades ago and loved the program. So we don't cut it, but we pare it down a little, and life goes on. If there comes a point where that program is overcrowded, doesn't perform very well, then it's not what it once was. Sooner or later, we'll have to cut it, and by then, most people won't care. I think that's actually a goal of some of our leaders. It is happening to our system as a whole. This bill would give stability and predictability to education funding. We could strengthen programs that are working. We could innovate. This bill supports charter schools, many of which have had rent become a huge chunk of their budget. This bill supports our struggling students. It supports our outstanding students. Thank you for bringing it forward. I think we are at a critical moment and the system is close to breaking. This bill is a huge change that will help make our state a more attractive place to live. It will mean more capable students that will be more connected to Alaska, and we need that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next we have Jenna Ham. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Could you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Good evening. My name is Jenna Ham, and I'm a school board member of the Denali Borough School District. I was born and raised in the Denali area in the 70s and 80s. Currently, I'm co-owner of a tourism business inside Denali National Park and have 2 high schoolers at Tri-Valley School in Keaton. My purpose tonight is testifying in support of HB 69. Denali Borough School District is lucky, so we're not as hard hit by the state's extended underfunding of public education as so many other districts are throughout the state. Our municipality, the Denali Borough, as you heard earlier tonight, fully funds to the maximum allowable contribution, which fulfills nearly a quarter of our budget. We have tremendous continuity. We've had our district superintendent in his leadership position for 11 years, so incredible continuity there. And he's really prioritized the district's fiscal responsibility and accountability. And our district runs a homeschool program, Denali Peak, which provides parent choice and helps fund the district's investment in teacher training, helps keep our smaller sites, school sites, Cantwell and Anderson schools open, pared down as they are. So while we're not immediately facing school closures, we do face decreasing enrollment and face being forced to further minimize our class offerings at all sites, combine grades, and defer overdue maintenance needs. Our most recent budget revision for 2026, we have a $330,000 deficit with an $850,000 unrestricted carryover. But the big assumptions in our budget are a $680 BSA increase. This bill, HB 69, would allow us to balance our budget. Another assumption is, maintaining our 2024 level of school enrollment. That's a big question, especially as schools around the state are suffering. People are moving elsewhere to educate their kids. And it assumes the borough's, continued funding at maximum amount. About 10 years ago, I tore a full-page newspaper ad from the New York Times ad out, and it was titled, and I'm paraphrasing, "What Kids Know." Basically, kids know and feel the same fears that grown-ups do. Kids know and...
Thank you, Ms. Ham, for your testimony. Next, we will go to Lael Oldmixon. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Story and members of the committee. My name is Lael Oldmixon, and I am a resident of Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm a parent of 2, and I've been engaged as a member of the Fairbanks School District's Budget Committee, though tonight I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I'm here to express my strong support for HB 69 and the urgent need for increased and sustainable public education funding across Alaska. Over the past decade, the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District has been forced to cut approximately $50 million from its budget. These cuts have resulted in the elimination of more than 200 positions, including teachers, support staff, and other essential roles. The consequences of these reductions are severe and deeply felt by students, families, and the broader community. I know this is a story that you have heard on repeat today. The financial strain in our district has led to school closures and program consolidations, forcing larger class sizes, reduced course offerings, and fewer support services, making it increasingly difficult for our students to receive the education they deserve. The cuts are depriving students from opportunities that are critical for student engagement, academic success, and well-being. Teachers and staff who remain in the district are expected to do more with less. The impact of these funding shortfalls extends beyond the classroom. When education is underfunded, our economy, workforce, and future prospects suffer. HB 69 is a necessary step towards reversing this trend and ensuring that every child in Alaska has access to well-funded, high-quality education. I urge you to support this bill and prioritize sustainable, adequate funding for our schools. Our students, teachers, and families cannot afford further cuts. They need and deserve better. I love Alaska. I believe in public education, and I believe that you, our representatives, can do the right thing to put public education on a path to keep Alaska's future bright for our children. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate your commitment to the future of Alaska's children, and I look forward to seeing positive action on this critical issue.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Danielle Logan, and then Jason Turneen, and then Edward Richards. Ms. Logan, if you could unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Can you hear me?
can. Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good evening, Co-Chair Story and members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Danielle Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks. I was born and raised in Fairbanks, and I'm a product of our Fairbanks schools. I love our community. Fairbanks is in a crisis right now. Our school board is making difficult decisions to close schools, and our students have been suffering from years of underfunding. I can't tell you how frustrating it is to hear the calls for additional accountability. Our schools are among the most accountable public institutions that I'm aware of. Every year, our school district produces and releases audited financial statements for for any interested persons to see where our education dollars are going. Every year, our teachers are subjected to an evaluation, and every year, our students take state and national tests, and we can all read the results. Where is the accountability for the state of Alaska's constitutional obligation to provide adequate education funding? Further, I would like to ask the supporters of the governor's proposals, how does eliminating local review and approval of charter schools create additional accountability? In fact, it seems like if it would erode local control, and there would be even less oversight and accountability of new charter schools created without the input of local school board. Thank you for bringing the proposal forward. Thank you for fighting for our students and communities. Please pass HB 69 and support our students and communities. Thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. We will next go to Jason Turneen. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself, and begin your testimony.
Yeah, this is Jason Tarvianen. I live in Poughkeepsie, Alaska. For disclosure, I am the Vice President of KPBSD School Board, but I'm calling today as a community member, as a parent, as a former alumni. I graduated from our school here. I've had 5 alumni students that have graduated, children. I've got 2 that are enrolled, and newly grandparents, so we'll have one in the future, hopefully. But we're in a dire situation, and this is really not an increase to funding. This is more of a fixing the mistakes that's been happening for the past 10 years, adjusting for inflation, so we can keep doing what we've been trying to do, hopefully be able to add a little bit more. But we really need HB 69. It's a huge, huge deal for us. And our schools are the fabric of our communities. And if we don't fund them and we have to do the cuts that we'd have to do, if we don't see HB 69 pass, it's going to be deep and it's going to be a bloodletting that people don't want to see. And it's for people that are elected to support our communities and to do what is best for our schools and for our local economies. That's what you have to think about. You have to think about what would happen to our schools if this bill isn't passed. So as an Alaskan that's been here since 1977, is committed to our community, works as a first responder, conservative. I love our schools. If you want to change our schools, get involved with them, but don't defund them. We need this bill. We need this to pass. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your service in working on this early, and I'll let the next person go. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Edward Richards, and then it will be Aaron Marati, and then Colleen Hummel. Mr. Richards, if you could unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is EJ Richards. I am 19, and I am currently attending the University of Wisconsin-River Falls after graduating from Sitka High School. Currently, I am studying to become a high school teacher and return to the state of Alaska. I would first like to thank both chairs and the committee for letting me give testimony today. House Bill 69 will be a crucial element for the survival of our public education system in the state of Alaska. With this additional funding, the schools within Alaska would be able to increase the output of students into the workforce after graduation and would be able to increase retention of staff inside Alaska's public schools. With the additional funding, schools would be able to better prepare students for the job force after graduation. For example, the conservation of career and technical programs like woods and metals within our schools will help produce workers such as welders, construction workers, electricians, and mechanics, all of which are crucial to Alaska's job force. Furthermore, more funding would attract more teachers and staff to public schools in Alaska. Benefits such as improved classroom resources, additional programs, and higher salaries are all incentives that would attract more workers and staff to the schools in Alaska. To conclude, House Bill 69 and the funding that is provided to the public schools will improve both the workforce within education and the state itself. This increase in funding will allow former students like me to go back to the communities where we grew up and be a part of the workforce that will make our state stronger. I urge the committee to vote in favor of House Bill 69 and give our students and their constitutional right to education back to them. Again, I thank the chairs and Representative Hemshoot for properly representing our area in Alaska, and thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Aaron Marati. If you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you. House Education Committee Chairs, Representative Hemshoot, and Representative Story, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aaron Marati, and I am a resident of Fairbanks, Alaska. While until last year, I served 6 years as the treasurer for the Fairbanks North Star Borough School Board. I'm here today in my personal capacity and do not represent any organizations I may be affiliated with. During my time on the board, I was often referred to as the numbers person due to my background in fund accounting and my deep appreciation for financial data. So today, I ask you for 3 things. First, please support House Bill 69. Second, if you remember anything I say today, please remember these 4 numbers: 50,250,000, 4, and 5. 50 million represents the amount the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District has cut from its operating budget over the past decade just to balance its budget in a diminishing revenue environment. 250 is the number of positions the district has been forced to eliminate due to these severe budget cuts. 4 is the number of schools Fairbanks has had to close over the last 3 years. And 5 represents the additional schools currently being considered for closure this year without financial intervention from this legislature. My third and final ask is that you keep these numbers in mind: 50 million, 250, 4, and 5 when you vote to pass HB 69, and, if necessary, when you override a potential veto. Fairbanks is not alone in these cuts. School districts across the state have done their part, cutting budgets down to the bone. Now it's time for the legislature to do its part by providing long-term, sustainable funding for public education. Again, I urge you to support this bill and remember these numbers: 50 million, 250, 4, and 5. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to say that it is now 6:50. We appreciate everyone waiting online, and we will heard everyone who is waiting online. We are cutting off at 7, though, if you have to be in the queue by 7. So I just wanted to say, if anyone's listening, if you're calling in from Juneau, it's 907-586-9085. If you're calling from Anchorage, it's 907-563-9085. And if you're calling from around the state, it's 844-586-9085. And you need to call in by 7 to get your testimony on the record tonight. And I want to also say, if you cannot wait, if you would like to send a letter to House Education, it would be house.education@akleg.gov. Again, thank you for testifying. So we will go online to Colleen Hummel, then Tabitha Voller, and then Ricky Lende Jr. Ms. Hummel, if you could please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi, I'm Colleen Hummel. These views are my own. Thanks for taking testimony. I'm a North Star Borough resident and public school parent. I strongly support the passage of HB 69. A lot's been said about schools and kids, but appeals to raise the BSA have failed in the past, so please consider the following. We suffer a huge economic impact as many professional and skilled labor positions in Alaska are filled by a traveling workforce who take what they earn back to their home states. These professionals have no interest in moving their families here and participating in our economy, largely because our public education future is dismal. I encourage the committee to provide to any of their colleagues opposed to HB 69 a dollar figure that estimates the financial losses to our state as a result of not attracting working professionals and their families to Alaska. Underinvestment in public education leads to lower rates of home ownership, less property tax revenue, higher rates of addiction, houselessness, and these social problems translate to huge costs shouldered by the broader public, which is all of us. Legislators and the governor can continue to show Alaska that they believe that kids in public schools aren't their problem, that public education is a waste of time and money and an issue only for those not well-resourced enough to keep their kids out of public schools. This logic will lead to a poor economic future for every single Alaskan as home values decline, a workforce is not available, and investments collapse. There won't be anyone here for natural resource development, service jobs, medical care, or anything else. Please ask your colleagues in government to stop pretending that they will not suffer real economic damage and financial loss in their own lives as a result of underfunding public education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we will go to Tabitha Voller, and if you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, and thank you, Madam Chairman and committee, for your time. My name is Tabitha Voller. I'm a parent of 2 children with disabilities who attend Anchorage Public Schools. I also work as a substitute paraprofessional in a Title I school for the district. I'm testing on behalf of myself with the hope that you will support House Bill 69 and funding Alaskan public schools. I've been working in a kindergarten classroom with 27 students. A quarter of these students have IEPs. The school does not have the resources to split the class into 2 separate classrooms, but the level of need is high. Students come to school unprepared. Behavioral issues distract the entire class, which affects learning for all students. Many will argue that this is a parent issue and not a school or government issue, but this is really a major systemic problem. Alaskan schools need adequate funding to provide the resources and support required of our communities. The economic and social climate of our country and the state of Alaska has the majority of our families feeling extremely strained. They are overwhelmed and trying to survive. We see these conditions reflected in how children perform in our classes. Students depend on free lunch programs. They need additional nurturing and support, and they require special programs due to disabilities. Our educators are under immense pressure, and they go above and beyond for their students. I admire their patience and selflessness, but it isn't right. Educators should not be carrying that level of responsibility and stress. Teachers need sustainable resources to support students without burning out. Please take the time to really consider all Alaskans in your decision. Supporting HB 69 and increasing the BSA and keeping the BSA on a trajectory in line with inflation is essential for our public schools and the future of Alaskans. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now hear from Ricky Linde Jr. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. Thank you for offering the opportunity to speak on behalf of HB 69. My name is Golachuk or Ricky Lind Jr. I am speaking as an individual. Was born here in Anchorage at the initial site, Alaska and Alaska Medical Center, and raised in Dillingham. My father's heritage is Sukhiak and my mother's is Yupik. I am a graduate of both UAF and UAA and most part of working with Anchorage School District's Native Advisory Committee in 2016 to grant each of our Indigenous students a teal graduation cord, and in 2024 requesting that our union send an educator from each region to the Alaska Federation of Natives where our truest community needs are expressed. I'm speaking in favor of HB 69 because I'm a Tier 3 retirement educator, sorry, not retired yet, who left the field last year after teaching 16 years. I love my music teaching career and wish I can say it was difficult to leave, but my administration confirmed that my day-to-day schedule would not have changed due to short staffing. I was assigned a daily morning, after school, and all 3 lunch duties, and in order to best accommodate those, all my elementary classes were moved to an hour, including kindergarten. Regardless how I designed, delivered, and changed my lesson formatting, the lesson duration negatively impacted music learning. By spring 2024, I suffered 2 ulcers, dedicated each Sunday to lesson planning, and was granted a mentor, union support, and coaching by my principal, vice principal, and outside admin, including a principal from a different site, and the finance director. I now coach, mentor, and supervise interns aged 14 and 19 who are interested in health and admin careers, and the challenges I saw at schools in the past are now reflected in the interns that I serve. My manager granted me leave to attend the recent Alaska Education Retention and Recruitment Centers gathering, along with other educational leaders from across the state. It shed light on how multiple generations are currently in the workforce and how retention and recruitment will differ across the generations. So now that we know how to best recruit and retain each generation of educators, regardless of our differences, the other third is raising the BSA. I say third because the other 2 for me is quality of life and cost of living. I consider my quality of life to be good as my immediate family resides in the area and much of my extended family too, which is important to me. But I've noticed
Thank
the
you,
rent and
Mr.
home
Lynn.
purchase
Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Next, we will go to Judith Eckhart, and then Craig Fredine, and then Beth Short Rhodes. Ms. Eckhart, if you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Yes, my name is Judith Eckert. I'm in Homer. I have been a teacher for the last 20 years, and I have 2 daughters who have been in special education, and I am currently retired, but I am working on some information and research that I'm not sure if you have, and I want to thank you, Chair Story and representatives and members of the House Education Committee, for the opportunity to speak on HB 69 and our urgent need for accountability in Alaska education funding. We have untested online curricula and the necessity of the fundamental policy reforms. Now, there is also a need for community, cultural, vocational, and project-based learning that will increase critical thinking, reading comprehension, interpersonal communication, and interpersonal communication, and address overspending on untested online curricula and the necessity for fundamental policy reforms. Why Alaska needs accountability. I am in support of HB 69 with proper accountability. Increasing the base student allocation will not resolve systemic issues. We must enforce policies that require districts to demonstrate responsible spending, particularly in online curricula with questionable efficacy and high costs. We also need to look at many digital curricula that have designed obsolescence. We're overspending on unvalidated digital platforms.
Thank you, Ms. Eckhart, for your testimony. We will now go to Craig Fredine. If you could please unmute yourself, identify yourself, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs and members of the committee. My name is Craig Fredine, and I'm from Anchorage, and I am representing myself. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I've been designing infrastructure throughout Alaska for over 28 years now. I'm speaking in favor of HB 69, increasing the BSA, but I'm speaking to it from a different point of view, and that is that increasing the BSA will actually lower the long-term operational costs of school districts. How is this? Maintenance. As we all know, school districts have been dealing with significant budget deficits for over a decade now. And in an effort to minimize the impact on the classroom, districts have been cutting facilities and maintenance budgets with the hopes that the consequences of those cuts won't be showing up for years. Think of maintenance as changing the oil in your car. You go 5 years without changing your oil, you'll save some money, but your repair costs are going to be quite significant. It's the same for buildings, but just think we haven't changed the oil in our car for 10 years now. These continued cuts have decimated facility departments across the state. They're doing their best, but they just don't have the money to keep everything up and running. We are on the cusp of a constitutional crisis regarding inadequate learning environments that can result in the state.
All right, everybody, hold on. I think I just screwed everything.
Amazing, but you really don't have a learning environment when the classroom's only 50 degrees. $1 in preventative maintenance will offset $3 of emergency or premature replacement of equipment and materials, roofs, carpets, boilers. And so, yeah, $1 now state funding will offset $3 extra in state funding later on. Continued increases in the BSA will result in improved maintenance, which will ultimately lower the operational costs of the school district and reduce the state and local government's capital improvement cost loss. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. It is now 7:03. We are going to take a short 5-minute at ease, and then we will come back to have our testimony, and we will start out with Beth Short Rhodes, Phyllis Clow, and then Gara Bridwell. So brief at ease.
Okay, that's what I meant to do. Let me swap to her. We got a mini screen, and we can still have them on screen in case they come back live, and we don't miss a thing going on here. And just a second, let me swap things over. Get it so that it's on screen there. Make sure that it's muted for the other mic. There we go. Okay, so we are currently facing everything here going on in our great state of Alaska. We have the Alaska legislators taking testimony on House Bill 69 right now. And clearly the special interests are out there in full steam ahead. They are on their own little train, chugging along, demanding that their pockets get lined with zero accountability for how that money gets spent. Not a single person almost, I mean, literally every testimony, one after another, doesn't bring up anything about accountability. There's just I counted less than 5 so far that have actually said something about accountability for what they are spending. And that needs to change. We Alaskans need to work hand in hand right at the moment to make sure that happens. Best way to do it, if you haven't already called in, it's too late to call in now. At 7 o'clock, they shut down the phone lines. I have in the comments on all of the channels except for Rumble. I'll have the call or the email. It's house.education@akleg.gov. That is house.education@akleg.gov to give your testimony here today. I'll give you kind of a breakdown just really quick as we're waiting here. What did Alaska spend the last fiscal school year season in 2024? So in Alaska, they spent on the state level $1.6 billion, $594.5 million in local funding. That came from our municipalities and boroughs. And then this, on top of that, another $571.2 million came from the federal government. This is a grand total of $2,880 million to operate our schools here in Alaska. Every time they sit there and cry they don't have enough money, they don't want you to look at the overall picture. So how does this money actually break out per student? So on a state funding level, $1.6 billion is what they spent, and that breaks down to $12,270 per student. Local funding, again, was $594.5 million, and that breaks down to another $4,550 per student. And then federal funding, their total was $571.2 million added on, which is another $4,370 per student. And this gives us a grand total per student spending of $21,190. That is what their current funding is per student here in Alaska, and they cry and whine that they cannot operate the school system with $2,880 billion. I mean, seriously, they can't operate the system with that kind of money sitting in their pocket. Something is seriously going wrong with them down there in Juneau. They really do need to wake up and smell the coffee and, you know, grow a pair of balls and do what's necessary for the reforms needed in our schools currently. Several things that they could do is, one, get rid of the 53 school districts that they're funding right now, consolidate it down to 3 school districts, ruling over all 504 schools that are within these 53 districts. That right there would be a good $200 million, if not more, in savings just by consolidating all of the districts down to 3 from the 53 that they currently have. You heard. Oh, they're back in order again. Here, let me get that back up on. Now, I really do got to start reminding myself that they don't do anything out there for a couple of different screens going on here, and I don't know why it's doing what it is doing.
I will call us back.
Okay, there we go. Now they've got it up and running. Here we go. Let me get them back on.
With Beth Short Rhodes, if you could please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and begin your testimony.
My name is Beth Short Rhodes. I live in Sitka, and I speak for myself in support of HB 69. We know that education cuts are destroying our public schools. We know that schools are closing across the state. We know that schools that do remain open are able to offer students less and less each year, despite the very best efforts of our educators and administrators. We've heard these stories again and again, year after year, and we know this is happening because the base student allocation hasn't been raised since 2017. Here's what I ask today. For any who would oppose raising the BSA, as proposed by House Bill 69, ask yourself, as a sworn member of the Alaska Legislature, do you strive to do what is right for Alaska students? Or are you seeking to alter what the framers of Alaska's Constitution had in mind when they wrote, The legislature shall by general law establish and maintain a system of public schools open to all children of the state and may provide for other public educational institutions. Schools and institutions so established shall be free from sectarian control. Ask yourself, are you serving all of your constituents or only those who hold one particular viewpoint? Are you doing what is morally and ethically upstanding, or transferring the power of your public office, granted by fellow Alaskans, to a small group intent on controlling our state and our country for their own political and financial? I address all members of Alaska's House of Representatives when I encourage you to please vote yes on House Bill 69, adhere to the Alaska Constitution, raise the BSA, do what's right, and fund our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Phyllis Clow. If you could please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and begin your testimony.
Shemai, I'm Phyllis Clough from Old Harbor on Kodiak Island, representing myself. I have worked and still currently work as support staff for the Kodiak Island Borough School District for 44 years. I'm a devoted mother, grandmother, auntie, friend, and educator. Every year, my husband, Glenn Clough, who also works at our school, makes our students a turkey dinner as a way of showing our love and thanking them for making our lives better. Living and working in rural Alaska present unique challenges. They deserve safe working schools with routine maintenance. They deserve people who will stay in our communities. Increased funding will help stabilize our workforce and pay for the needed expenses it takes for our children to be educated off the road system. Our costs for freight have gone up tremendously. By raising the BSA, you'll be giving our schools the resources they need to provide a high-quality education, especially in rural Alaska. Our children are the future of our great state. Please remember our rural schools all over the state and vote to support House Bill 69. Brianna, for your tireless efforts to improve Alaska's health and of all of Alaska's children.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Gara Bridwell, then Ashley Monet, and then David Schaus. If Gara Bridwell could unmute themselves, state their name for the record, and begin their testimony.
Hello, my name is Gara Bridwell. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to everyone who has gone before me this evening. I support HB 69. I'm here representing myself and my family. And here's a few reasons why. I'm a parent of 3 grown children, all of which attended Fairbanks North Star Borough schools. And now I have a grandchild attending a Fairbanks school, with more coming along the way. We've lived in Fairbanks for 40 years and have seen firsthand the results of underfunded education. Public education has been so important in our immediate family that 5 of the 8 of us, including myself, are all teachers or educators. Several, though, sadly, are considering leaving education because it has gotten so challenging, for all the reasons that people have mentioned this evening. Alaska's children and youth deserve access to high-quality education. We need to support public education. I really encourage you to support HB 69 and appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Ashley Monet. If you could please unmute yourself, put your name on the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi there. My name is Ashley Monet, and I am from Anchorage. My husband and I both grew up in Anchorage and are both graduates of the Anchorage School District. We now live in Anchorage with our 3 kids, ages 5, 8, and 2, and we are both public servants working for the state and the municipality. I lived outside of Alaska for 15 years in several different states and cities while I pursued higher education to earn multiple degrees and started my professional career. My husband and I, along with many of our childhood friends, wanted to move back to Alaska to raise our kids here. We didn't move back to Alaska because we wanted to escape income taxes or we wanted to have PFDs. We moved back to Alaska because we wanted to give our kids rich and fulfilling childhoods like the ones that we had. And a necessary component of that is a strong and properly resourced education. We want to raise our kids in strong, educated, vibrant communities. We want to be in a state that values families and shows that commitment by investing in their futures. We want Alaska to be a place where young professionals actually want to live and they want to raise their families here. Every time I hear of another of our friends leaving the state because they are worried about the lack of resources and lack of future opportunities, I'm sad, but I've stopped trying to convince them to stay. Because honestly, I can't blame them. If our leaders are more committed to cutting budgets rather than investing in building our state's future, then why would families want to stay here? My mother, Minu Manai, is an award-winning retired ASD teacher. She is one of those teachers who lived and breathed her career. She's a teacher through and through. She loved her job, she loved her students and their families, and she loves the state. She taught and mentored numerous students throughout her career. In fact, my son's kindergarten teacher was one of my mom's students. Even my mom has said that if she were a new teacher now, she wouldn't stay. Teachers here today do not have the support and the resources they need. We aren't investing in them, their careers, or their futures. They don't have the resources to take care of their students now. They don't have the resources to take care of their own families at home, and they don't have the resources to take care of themselves in retirement. So what is the point? Why wouldn't they move somewhere else that supports them? And many of them are doing so. I implore our leaders to please show us that you actually are looking out for the people who voted for you to represent them. We aren't looking for more tax cuts. We aren't looking for budget cuts.
I appreciate you calling in. Next, we will have David Schosh, then Toby Campbell, and then Christina Reed. Thank you. So next, we will go to Toby Campbell. If you could unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and please begin your testimony. I'm sorry, it doesn't show that. Okay, I wanted to remind people, if you wanted to send in written testimony, house.education@akledge.gov, and we will continue with Christina Reed, then Ben Muse, then Hazel Chernecki. Christina Reed, if you could please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Christina Welch Reed, calling from Fairbanks, Alaska. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and no organization that I'm employed by or belong to. I've lived in Alaska over 25 years from North Pole. I'm a single mom of 3 children at Barnett Magnet, a Fairbanks District employee since 2008, and a first-year music teacher of our 416 K-8 students at Barnett Magnet, a premier school of choice. I'm also working on my Master's of Elementary Ed with the intention of working and living in my Fairbanks community to raise my children with a strong education, which is becoming difficult to sustain with our budget deficits and school consolidations. I'm calling with my support of HB 69. We are in crisis and only have hope the future will hold a more sustainable level of funding. But to quote the common saying from my father, Michael W. Welch of North Pole, hope is not a strategy. Hope will not pay for our teachers, support staff, and rising student costs, supplies, and important programs. I believe schools of choice, as Governor Dunleavy has highlighted this week, particularly magnet schools, are one answer going forward out of giving our community a strong public school choices with well-rounded students, with grants available and cost savings in transportation. Barnett Magnet alone has a wait list each year of approximately 500 students looking to gain admission to our excellent programs that our staff has cultivated to imagine, create, and explore a variety of studies and interests. Just think if all Alaska students had access to our model of successful programs. Families in our community are hurting right now, and as we go forward in these trying times, we need not be more divisive as a community, but come together with more of what our students show us every day at Barnett Magnet: respect, responsibility, and kindness. I thank you for your time and your support of HB 69. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go with Ben Muse. Please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Ben Muse. I live in Juneau, and I'm speaking only for myself. And I want to thank you and the committee for the opportunity to testify on HB 69. 4 of my children went to the Juneau schools, and I now have 5 grandchildren in or about to enter the Alaska Public Schools. I want to say I am 100% in favor of HB 69. We need to increase and we need to inflation-proof the base student allocation. If we want Alaska to grow, we want Alaska to thrive, we need to guarantee that parents and employers have a first-rate system of public education turn to. It's going to be a big attractant. Starving publication of funds threatens our kids, and it threatens our economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Hazel Zanecki, then Sarah McConnell, then Mara Kendall. Please, Hazel Zanecki, please unmute yourself, put your name on your record, and begin your public testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Hazel Zarnecki. I live in Anchorage, and I'm in second grade at Bear Valley Elementary School. I'm asking you to increase basic student funding. I'm really proud that my school won the National Blue Ribbon, but things are getting hard at school. Last year, there were 20 kids in my class. I was only in first grade. In my class this year, there are 26 kids in my class. A lot of the times, I have to wait in line to get help from my teacher. He's too busy to spend enough time with everyone. In my class, all the students come together to sit on the rug to listen and learn what to do for our next assignment. It's the commonplace now that my class is so big, there's not room for everyone on the rug. Some kids sit on the floor, and it can be hard to hear. With a smaller class, I would be able to ask more questions. I would get more help with finishing my reading and skills assignments. Please support Housing Bill 69.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Sarah McConnell. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
My name is Sarah McConnell. I'm speaking on behalf of myself in support of HB 69. I'm a parent of a fourth grader at Pearl Creek Elementary in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm a professor of music at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and this is my family's 5th year living here. Thank you for your time in hearing public testimony this evening. Equity is a word being thrown around but not really realized, and school choice is a phrase being used to make it sound like things will be made fair. But fair in schools is only going to happen when every single child gets to start out on equal footing. And equal footing does not look the same for every child. One person may or may not succeed in the same way at every school. My daughter, for example, would probably succeed at a different school if Pearl Creek were to close, which it is up for consideration for being closed. And honestly, I think if she had to succeed at a different school, she would. But my daughter is one child in a state of thousands of children. You cannot, and we should not, equate one child's experience and ability with every other child. Not everyone has access to the same environment, the same tools, the same background, and the same opportunities at home. But at school, for a child's education, everyone should absolutely have that access to an equal opportunity education where they have good teachers who were not asked to teach subjects that they didn't study in school, buildings that are safe and healthy to learn in, books and supplies that are updated and relevant for what the future may bring and what the past has taught us. Fairbanks is facing closures of 5 elementary schools, and this will upend hundreds of young children, cause them and their families to completely alter their home schedules, and negatively affect their outlook on school and their ability to handle learning, home life, work for the parents, and an endless amount of other issues. Please support HB 69 and its increase to BSA. I love this city, and it deeply saddens me that our children's education comes down to dollar signs. I don't know what's going to happen with the looming school closures, but I do know that if we do not get this increase, Fairbanks, this city that has such potential of growth, will continue to decline and lose out on future residents, and that will negatively affect tourism and other money-making opportunities for the state. Advocate for our children, increase the BSA, and do better on public funding education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Mara Kendall. please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Mara Kendall, and I represent myself as a parent. I was born in Sitka and have lived here ever since. I have a son who attends middle school and a daughter who graduated from Sitka High School, went to college at PLU in Washington State, and recently earned her Bachelor of Music Education. Upon graduating, my daughter decided she wanted to make Southeast Alaska her home as opposed to staying in the lower 48. Her first job as a music educator landed herself in Ketchikan last fall. I couldn't have been happier that she chose to come back to Alaska. Although as we see the cost of education go up and the state's financial contribution remain the same, I'm beginning to wonder if staying in Alaska was the best choice for a young Alaskan starting their teaching career. I would hate to see a future where Alaskans can no longer raise their children in Alaska, where Alaskans can no longer work in Alaska. If the education system fails due to lack of funding, what will education in Alaska look like for the next generations? I would like for my Alaska-born child to be able to continue to teach in the state of which she was born and not be forced to move outside of Alaska or to be worried each year whether or not she'd be signing a contract for the following year. I fear that without change, without the support of House Bill 69, this may not be possible. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we will go to Eric Filardi, then Winter Marshall Allen, and then Mary Fenno, excuse me. Mr. Filardi, could you please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony?
Honorable members of the Alaska Legislature, my name is Eric Filardi, and I am the proud principal of Mendenhall River Community School in Juneau. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 69 and increase to the BSA. As a Tier 3 educator with over a decade of experience in Alaskan education, I've been privileged to serve in roles ranging from classroom teacher to STEM director to principal, receiving recognition such as the nomination for National Distinguished Principal, selection as 2023 Alaska Region 2 Principal of the Year, selection as a 2020 Polar Trek Educator, and being 2017 Alaska State Teacher of the Year finalist. Today, I testify before you not only as an advocate for my school, but as the father of a 6-year-old first grader who attends the very institution I lead. At MRCS, we are facing unprecedented challenges due to inadequate and unpredictable funding. This year, we began the school year with 4 of our 10 gen ed teaching positions vacant. While we were able to fill 2 of those positions weeks into the term, they were filled by emergency certified hires who now lack the support and resources they need to succeed. This is not an isolated issue, but a systemic one exacerbated by flat funding, historic inflation, and unpredictable budgets. Staffing shortages have led to situations where one of our special ed staff members is virtual, placing an immense burden on the remaining team and limiting our ability to meet the needs of our most vulnerable students. The lack of a permanent BSA increase has created a cycle of instability that harms both educators and students. When funding decisions are delayed or fall short, it erodes trusts and drives talented educators out of the profession. Flat funding leaves schools like MRCS unable to invest in critical resources, programs, and support systems that foster student achievement. How can we expect our children to thrive when their teachers are overworked, under-supported, and operating in an environment of constant uncertainty? House Bill 69's proposed BSA increase will retain families, support economic growth, and fulfill our constitutional responsibility to provide a meaningful education for all students. In benefit of the students, families, and educators in Alaska, I ask you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Winter Marshall Allen. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening, committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for putting this bill forward and it being so early in the legislature. I appreciate that, and I hope that the reference earlier towards football, that I hope it's not punted down across the legislation. I hope this is passed early. I really want to amplify the student testimonies. That is incredibly powerful. I am an 18-year public education teacher, and I'm speaking as an individual. Those students are incredibly powerful, and I am sitting in my classroom every day this year, short-staffed, trying to figure out how I'm supposed to meet the legal requirements, not just like meeting the standards and all the other things that we're supposed to do, but the legal requirements that are written in our IEPs. And we don't have the staffing to facilitate the minutes. We're experiencing compassion fatigue. And I know that what I'm seeing in my own classroom with my staff that has been cut just about in half isn't any different than any other special education teacher or any other school setting across our state. Our students deserve better. Our educators deserve better. In 2016, when the legislator couldn't decide to fund education on time, I was one of those teachers who was pink slipped, and I was removed from my school in the village, perpetuating that instability. Now I'm here in Homer, and I've been here for the last 8 years, and I see my coworkers leaving. What are we doing? Please be part of the solution. And I know this committee is, but those legislators who aren't, listen to our students and listen to the teachers who are begging you for stability. We just want stability. We can give you all the accountability. Our kids can meet the test scores. The READS Act proves that. Fund us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Mary Fenno, and then Tessa Polasek, and then Ariel Starbuck. Ms. Fenno, if you could unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Mary Fenno. I'm from Fairbanks, and I represent myself as a retired parent of students who attended our local schools and a 20-year teacher of Fairbanks North Scarborough School District. I totally support House Bill 69 because the base student allocation is the underpinning of Alaska school districts, and it has to be fully funded for our districts to survive. I believe our public schools have been purposefully treated like a game of Jenga by Governor Dunleavy and the legislators who support him in his mission to collapse our public school system. Dunleavy says he wants charter schools, but has never once said how school districts could scale up the charter school system to accommodate all of Alaska students, so I don't believe he's serious that he supports any of our public schools. Instead, Dunleavy appears to support Project 2025's plan to get rid of the Federal Department of Education, phase out Title I and Head Start, replace the neighborhood public school system with universal choice, that is, allotments and or vouchers that parents can use at any private and or religious school. Any remaining public schools under state control will become the last choice of students, those who aren't acceptable or accepted at a private or religious school, such as special needs school students, English as a second language students. The idea that all students are eligible for an equitable education would be reinterpreted to rationalize these changes along with the violations they represent to the United States and the state of Alaska's Constitution. This would be a disaster for everyone in our country. I believe we would not be in this situation if we had a different governor. We need you legislators, to stand up to Governor Dunleavy and vote for this bill and then vote for it again after he likely vetoes it. Your actions will show you do support our public schools, students and communities in our state and our Alaska Constitution and the Constitution of the United States. Thank you for your brave choice to vote for House Bill 69.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Tessa Polasek. If you could please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi there, my name is Tessa Politadick. I am in firm support of this bill. I am a senior at Juneau Douglas High School, and I was a student at Thunder Mountain High School last year before it closed. And the transition has been really hard. It was hard on teachers as they were moving from TN. It's still hard on teachers as they're working at JD. The class sizes are huge for most of them. One of my teachers has to stand on a step stool to talk to the kids in the back of the class because the classes are so large. And I really wish this on no other school in Alaska, but when we don't have funding, that's what's going to happen. And so this funding doesn't only affect the students, it affects the teachers, it affects the families that have parents that work in the education system. It affects our future as a state. So I believe this bill should be passed because it supports all of the people in Alaska. So thank you, and I hope you vote yes on this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Ariel Starbuck. If you could please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Ariel Starbuck. I'm a teacher at Sitka High School and a parent of 2 children in the district. First, I want to thank Rebecca Himshoot for sponsoring House Bill 69. I think it takes courage, and I'm really proud of her for presenting that to the legislature. I want to say that every year we find ourselves in this unknown financial position, and I mean it literally. We've done this so many times. We ask our schools to do more with less, and it trickles down. We stretch every dollar, we exhaust every resource, and it's never enough. Our classrooms are overcrowded, our materials are outdated, and our teachers, who dedicate their lives to these young students, are leaving the profession because they can't afford to stay. The BSA is the foundation of school funding. It determines whether we have enough teachers to give every child the attention they need. It decides if students will have access to up-to-date technology, adequate mental health support, which is so important, and safe, well-maintained schools. Right now, that foundation, all of that is crumbling beneath us. This is not about politics. It is about priorities. It is about whether we as a society believe that every child, regardless of where they come from or what zip code they live in, deserves a high-quality education. It's about whether we are willing to invest in the next generation or whether we will continue to underfund their potential. The time to delay is over. Be bold. Be decisive. Raise the BSA. Pass House Bill 69 so that I'm not here again next year asking the same thing. Invest in our students. Invest in our future. Because if we fail them now, we fail all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next we will go to Kate Johnson, then Ben Hutling, and then Christy Downing. Ms. Johnson, please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, is this me?
Yes. Ms. Johnson, please proceed.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. My name is Kate Johnson. I'm calling from Sitka, Alaska. I'm currently raising a high school sophomore and a senior in our fantastic school district. I stay in Alaska because of these schools that are in our community. It's unlikely I have anything to add that you have not already heard, so I'm going to keep this short. I'm so tired of testifying year after year in support of Alaska's education. I have nothing new to say that hasn't already been said over and over again. Our children deserve to be educated. Please pass House Bill 69, especially if you want families to stay in our state. Thank you for your time and your extraordinary work.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Bert Houtling, please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Bert Hufftelling, and I represent myself. I'm in Big Lake, Alaska, and about 6,000 people in Alaska that don't know this is even happening. So what did you guys spend in the 2024 school year season? Approximately $2.88 billion was spent on K through 12 public schools. This is how it breaks down. State funding was $1.6 billion. That breaks down to $12,270 per student. This base student allocation you're going for seems to have doubled overnight. Local funding, $594.5 million was added on the top of that. That was an additional $4,550 per pupil in school. Federal funding was another $571.2 million, and that breaks down to another $4,370 per student. Grand total of $21,190 was spent on each and every student during the 24 school year season. Alaska schools are funded by a combination of state aid, local contributions, and federal impact assistance. Alaska is the state that spends the most on students overall in the entire United States. Never forget the increase the special interests are demanding here today have not improved the overall outcomes of our students are currently receiving. With half-empty schools that should be shut down and consolidated top-heavy administration costs trying to run 53 school districts,
that should be reduced to just 3, and a DEI CRT policies that have only compounded the problems Alaska education systems are having, making it nearly impossible to get a quality education in Alaska. Until you guys make the changes in a fundamental way of providing education in Alaska, no amount of money is going to fix the failure our education system has become. House Bill 69 needs to be thrown into the trash can, and major reforms need to be made first to improve the overall outcome of education to our children, receiving one more penny from any of us Alaskans. And I can't wait for Governor Dunleavy to veto this when it's passed at the end of the 34th legislative session.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go on to Christy Downing. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Christy Downing, and I have lived in Fairbanks for 31 years. I'm a second grade teacher at Pearl Creek Elementary School, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 69 to increase the BSA funding to our schools and to inflation-proof our future BSAs. Our Fairbanks schools have faced unprecedented cuts. We currently have 5 elementary schools slated for closure, with 3 elementary and 1 high school already closed. Educator and family morale is suffering as our district circles the drain, and we have not seen an increase in the BSA since 2017, and inflation has skyrocketed, while schools have had to cut, and cut. Passing this bill will allow schools to evolve and stay relevant, keep our student-to-teacher ratio within a productive range, and be able to offer families and children in our community options for an excellent education moving into the future. The governor seems to support families having school options. However, we need adequate funding to reimagine schools within our districts. When productive schools are closed, we are effectively making it harder to give such options to families. We're actually reducing the chance of schooling options. Pearl Creek Elementary School, where I work, is looking to evolve into a magnet school within the district, but is facing the very real possibility of closure by next week when our school board makes their budget decisions. And our story is one of many across our state. Supporting and investing in schools is a nonpartisan issue that grows Alaska, and I urge you to pass this bill to save public education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We will next go to Amy Ansley, then Evelyn Trefon, and then Bridget Hitchcock. Please unmute yourself, Ms. Ansley, and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hi, thank you, Madam Co-Chairs. My name is Amy Ainsley, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 69. I really want to support and amplify the comments that have been made tonight regarding the impact to students' education support services, those that are felt by their parents, their families, the teachers that have been put into an impossible situation, our school districts and our municipalities, and the taxpayers that have to support more and more and get less and less for their services because of the lack of state funding. The thing I'd really like to spend a little bit of time on with the time that I have for my testimony are the economic impacts of continuing to underfund our schools. We are in a situation of facing a demographic cliff, and we have Alaskans who are leaving the state, and we also have information from the Department of Labor. I highly encourage you to read the Alaska Economic Trends article from August of 2022 about movers aren't staying as long. Our population is declining. Those who come don't stay as long, and our working age population is declining. The 2 most fascinating things that I learned from this article is that of Alaskans who turn 18 in the state of Alaska, 80% of them will stay here for 5 years or more, and 50% will stay here for 15 years or more. The Dunleavy administration has prioritized combating our population decline, and across the state and across the Southeast region, business leaders are stating that finding qualified individuals for positions is one of the most critical threats to our industries. If we are going to turn around this economic decline, one of the things that we have to do is focus on education. We have to produce appropriately qualified and educated children to be a part of our workforce. We need families to feel secure in the education that their kids have, so that they raise their kids here and stay here. We need teachers to stay as well as their spouses and their children, and to stop them from leaving the state. at this tipping point, we cannot afford to lose Alaskans, particularly those who are most likely to stay, contribute to our workforce, and contribute to our economy. If you are swayed by nothing else and are just thinking about the overall health of our economy and our demography in this state, it is absolutely critical that we start to pick up the pieces of failed education funding. And I ask you to support House Bill 60.
Ms. Trifon. Appreciate you calling in. Next, we have Bridget Hitchcock. Please unmute. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Miss Ainsley. Thank you. Sorry. Now we have Miss Evelyn Trifon. Please unmute. Identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs and members of the committee. My name is Evelyn Trifon, and I live in the community of New Haven, which is located in southwest Alaska off of Lake Iliamna. I am representing myself today as I speak, but I do work at the school as the school secretary. I also have a 6th grade daughter that attends school there at New Haven School. I'm calling you in today to encourage a vote in favor of House Bill 69. The Lake and Peninsula Borough, which is where I reside, is a little bit bigger than the size of West Virginia. This year we have 10 open schools in 17 of our communities, and we continue to struggle to make ends meet. Before I lived here, I moved here in 2011. Before I lived here, the music, art, shop, and many more elective programs were cut. We don't have school nurses, PE teachers, or librarians. These were cut many years ago. In 2016, our school district cut our school counselor as well as 20 school days off of our school year to make ends meet. Between 2017 and 2023, our school district has chipped away at our school-sponsored sports, travel, and many more other programs to make ends meet. This school year, our school district has cut additional student activities and our funding for our school breakfast and lunch program. Local families are now being asked to acquire food to feed our students for school lunch and breakfast. Instead of using oil money to feed our students, which is where the state funding comes from, we are relying on the profits from bingo and silent auctions to be able to feed our kids. Also, I have a meeting on Monday with the Food Bank of Alaska to see what other options that we can ask from the Food Bank of Alaska to feed our kids school lunch. I feel that this is ridiculous and it's not appropriate in this day of age where so much food and resources is wasted. We should be able to provide enough funding to all of our schools and school districts to be able to provide school lunch for our kids. In last August, I did reach out to Governor Dunleavy's office, and I was told that the governor says that the school districts have received more funding both last year and in this next year's budget. And if our school district is varying programs, that is their decision to make.
Thank you, Ms. Trifon, for your testimony. And please send your written testimony into house.education@8kledge.gov. We will now go to Bridget Hitchcock, and if you could please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Bridget Hitchcock. I'm calling from Sitka, Alaska. I'm a healthcare provider here in Sitka, and I have 2 children, one who's a senior and one who's an incoming freshman in high school. Last night, our superintendent, Deirdre, was very nice to meet with parents, and they had a very creative program that showed how to try to balance the budget. And let me tell you, it was pretty bleak. Last year, our district lost 18 positions. These are faces and friends and community members and soccer coaches and people that really contribute to the community, and it was a heartbreak to see these people leave. We've lost school librarians. We lost all our business classes in the high school. We lost all but one section class of computer science. I'm in the healthcare field. We use a ton of travelers at our healthcare facility because we don't have nurses. We don't have physical therapists. We need to have a base for these students to get the classes that they need to go on to these other educational fields. You know, we did talk last night with our superintendent that our city does usually fund to the cap, which we're very thankful for. But I believe it's the state's constitutional it's the state's constitutional obligation to fund the education to the max. To me, honestly, it's a no-brainer. This is our future. We have an aging population here. I work with elderly in my healthcare position. We need young families. It's our tax base. It's our community base. We need families, and a huge reason why people stay in places is because of good education. So I thank Rebecca for bringing this bill forward. I thank you for your time tonight. I know it's been a long night, so thanks for your time, and I really hope you support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Alexander Rosalie, then Ken Huckabee, and then we have Bruce Owens. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Rosales, and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hello, I'm Alexander Rosales, a parent of two kiddos in the Anchorage School District. I'm here to oppose House Bill 69 to urge you to reconsider its passage for the sake of our kids' financial future. My stance is driven by the need for fiscal responsibility in the state and effective educational reform. We spend in the top 6 in the nation, yet our results are nearly vast. Our district spends an astonishing $21,000 per student, which is already 59% of our overall spending. However, the educational outcomes show a disconnect. In English language arts, 64.5% of our students are not proficient. And in science, it's 61.34%. This discrepancy is alarming, suggesting that more funding isn't the answer. We need to focus on how we spend these funds. Currently, only 30% of our budget goes directly into classroom instruction. We have schools in the area that are spending less than half of what the Anchorage School District does, but are producing at the highest levels in the country. Imagine optimizing this, ensuring every dollar impacts learning directly, perhaps by paying teachers more. We need reforms targeting our educational challenges, enhancing teacher quality and stability, updating the curriculum, and providing robust student support. We must implement stricter accountability to ensure spending improves proficiency. Passing House Bill 69 without addressing these inefficiencies would be short-sighted, especially with the $2 billion deficit. The credit card has been maxed out. Let's prioritize reform over spending to work smarter for our children's future. In conclusion, I urge you to vote against House Bill 69. Supporting this bill could lead to destroying our state financially, leaving our kids as slaves to the debt. Current inflation is due to our overspending that will starve our kids and the economy. Let's focus on making our investments effective, emphasizing quality, accountability, and results. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Ken Huckabee. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Ken Huckabee. I represent myself. I would like to echo the previous testimony, and to keep it shorter for everyone, it is a fact that, we listen to the Finance Committee. There is no money for this. And while everything might have been true for every one of the testimonies I would like to oppose this bill because of what the previous caller has it correctly. And when you watch the Finance Committee, they don't have the money. So if you want this thing to pass, then you got to go find the money. You have to cut. We have a university we're paying for, we shouldn't pay for. Many other things we're paying for, we shouldn't pay for. We're tapped out. And the reality is, everybody's talking about inflation. We're talking about unaffordability in this state, and it's going to get worse. And it's going to get a lot worse if you do this. So if you want to keep people in the state, you have to make the state solvent, and the state's going insolvent. You cannot do this unless you go find the money for it. If you go find the money for it, I'll be for it. But you have to go into the budget and line item cut other things to pay for it. Otherwise, you can't do it. For all the educated people I heard on the phone tonight, they're basically failing basic economics. We don't have the money, and you're putting this is going to be generational debt, and it's slavery. You're indenturing people to by overspending. And even though we do need education, we do need everything everybody said on here. If you don't have the money, you have to go find the money. So demand cuts in other areas of the budget. Otherwise, you can't do it. You just don't have the money. And what are you doing to the people of Alaska? And they're taking so far $20,000 from each and every person alive in the state, and we're not going to get any more dividends. It's really perplexing how people can talk about these things in terms of need, and we don't have the means. You have to get the means for us to go forward. Please think of that. Cut, go find the money, or don't do this. You can't do this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll go to Bruce Owens. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Bruce Owens. I live here in Palmer, Alaska, and I represent myself. I got 2 kids that attend public schools here in the Mat-Su, and we can all agree that all parents and educators would agree that a quality education is paramount for our children and our society. But unfortunately, our public school systems here in the state of Alaska are failing. We rank at the bottom, but yet we're 6th in the nation for spending per student. That is not a quality return on investment for our children or the taxpayers. Right now, what you guys are offering for this BSA increase will increase the budget $1.47 billion over the next 3 years. Where is that money going to come from? We do not have the money. The governor has already put forth a budget that's already $1.5 billion in the hole, and now you guys are going to add to that. We want a quality education, but how much are you going to burden us taxpayers? We are suffering from inflation too. Government does not create money. All you can do is take it. So where are you getting it from? We already have a program here in the state that works, that's top in the nation. That's our charter schools. You already have a blueprint. Look at that blueprint and apply it to our public schools. That's what we need to do. You guys need to create your own DOGE that the Trump administration's doing and look at where the wasteful spending is in our public schools. We have superintendents that make more money than the governor. Let's start there. The reason why so many schools are shutting down because people are leaving Alaska because the burden, the cost of living is so high. I would implore you to look at where we can cut so you can pay for this. Don't demand more money out of my pocket because right now you guys are failing. We're at the bottom for education. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and please throw away this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Janine Gerhart-Cyrus. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to HB 14. For the record, my name is Jean Gerhart-Cyrus. I speak as a citizen with education experience in the state starting in 1982. And I'm a parent and grandparent of Alaska students and a varied background in education. Taught pre-K, elementary, and special education, serve on the Governor's Council and the CISA Board. I am the newest member of the Northwest Arctic Regional School Board, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a citizen. I love education. However, our rural areas are tasked with maintaining vital academic programs and buildings and teacher housing in all of our villages. Staff is hard to identify, and we are working hard to grow our own. Our students, especially those outside the hub, have few resources, and teachers must provide all specials, music, art, PE, or our students go without. I want to thank the committee chairs and members for the support of our students and teachers. I have seen funding in schools steadily decrease. While we have multi-grade classes, which I actually preferred, our resources must be available to support teachers and our students in achieving their educational needs. So to sum it up, I support HB 69, and I want to thank the committee for their support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Bali Hickox, and then it will be Valerie Lucan, and then Janine Costello. Ms. Hickok, if you could unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Molly Hickok, and I'm representing myself. Thank you to Representatives Himshoot and Story and all members of the House Education Committee for bringing this bill forward in a timely manner this year. I'm an elementary school principal in Anchorage, and I urge you to support House Bill 69. I wanted to give you a picture of what underfunding looks like in my current building. I have a K-5 school, and my first grade class has one teacher for 32 students. In my second grade classrooms, I have two classrooms. One is 28 students and one is 29 students.
We know that first and second grade are critical for teaching reading, and as we try to comply with the Alaska Reads Act, it's challenging with these numbers. Teaching reading is not easy, and our teachers have been highly trained, and they know that it requires a strong core curriculum to reach all students. And then we need to have targeted small group interventions for students who are struggling. One teacher can't provide those targeted interventions for 32 students. And I challenge anybody, whether you're a teacher or not, to come in and try and control a group of 32 6-year-olds, let alone get them to reading to proficiency. My teacher is doing an amazing job, but I do worry about retention and what a lack of funding and underfunding is doing to our teachers. We're asking them to do more every year. And then at the end of the year, if we were able to hire a new teacher, at the end of the year, we often have to tell them, we don't know if we have a job for you next year, or your job might be at a different school after you've invested the time and energy into the school at which you were hired. So I urge you to support this bill and pass in a timely manner for all of our students in Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Valerie Lukin. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Valerie Lukin. I am from Kodiak, Alaska. I teach third grade at Maine Elementary. I'm calling on behalf of myself. I've been teaching in Alaska for 10 years. I did rules teaching, and I spent the rest of my career in Kodiak, where I grew up and went to elementary school and middle school and high school. We are facing some major budget cuts for our district. Our board just announced that they are going to cut one of our elementary schools. And the next day after that happened, I went to the school to support the staff, and I watched kids walk in the doors in tears that their school was going to be closing. I support HB 69, and I think that funding will help us out and support all of our students for public schools. We, as teachers, have been using our own funding, some of our own money, to get snacks and different items for our classrooms and supplies due to budget cuts. We are also facing here in Kodiak more budget cuts, not only with the school closing, and we're consolidating, and we are going to have bigger class sizes next year. It's going to be hard on a lot of us, including our students. We are a small community. We only have 4 elementary schools, and now we're going to drop down to 3. So I support HB 69. I appreciate all your help and consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we will go on to Janine Costello. Would you please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony?
Hi, my name is Janine Costello. I am actually also from Kodiak. I want to piggyback on something that Valerie Lukin just said, and that is the fact that since they did close the school in Kodiak, we're going to have larger class sizes. That is definitely going to affect the learning ability of our children. As any educator knows, one of the best ways that we can educate our children is to make connections with them first and let them know that someone cares about them. It's a tough situation in any classroom, especially with some of the situations kids are coming to school with these days, but it's extremely hard when you come into classrooms with high levels, high numbers. So that's another side effect of closing schools, which is happening because not enough money. The children of Alaska are our greatest asset. There's nothing more important, more impacting our future lives in this country than the children that we are raising. These young people, they trust in the adults in their lives to not only protect them, but to protect their rights. They have the right as our state has a responsibility to get the best education we can give them. And it takes more money to be able to do this, more money than we've been funded for the last 20 years. It is unconscionable to me to even consider voting no on House Bill 69. I support House Bill 69, and I ask you to please vote yes. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Brent Johnson. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the House Education Committee, for holding this public hearing on House Bill 69. I'm Brent Johnson from Clam Gulch. I'm speaking just for myself and my wife tonight. I'm in favor of House Bill 69 and thank Representative Himshoot and the 9 co-sponsors for bringing this bill forward. I think it's critically important that we provide children with a good education. I think it's only fair that we provide teachers with retirements, with good health care benefits. And I think it's incredibly important that we recruit future teachers who are now students. If we have a good education system, I think that's going to inspire students who will want to be teachers. And if we continue to cut education, it's going to make students not want to be teachers. So again, I support House Bill 69. I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Mark Somerville, then Beverly O'Donnell, and then Denise Templeton. Mr. Somerville, if you could unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Yes, this is Mark Somerville. Thank you very much for hearing us tonight. I am a 12-year school board member for the Copper River School District, but tonight I am speaking on my own behalf. I am opposed to HB 69. Yes, our district needs additional funding, but these costs should cover those costs we have no control over, such as capital maintenance, fuel costs, electricity, and transportation. These things can be funded annually and can be funded by need for each of the schools. Funding through the BSA is the least equitable and direct method to fund schools, especially REAA districts. As board members, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our districts, but as Alaska residents, we need to recognize the cost to all Alaskans for education in the state. So I've heard a lot tonight about the legislature needs to provide better education. No, you don't. We do. That's on our board. It's on the school boards across the state. That's our job, to provide better education, even if the funding is tight. We need to make it better for students to show up. We need more kids in our schools. We do that by providing great education at our districts and attracting more students. That's how we solve our budget crisis in the end. So I want to thank you very much for tonight and for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Beverly O'Donnell. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs and committee members. My name is Beverly O'Donnell. I'm calling on behalf of myself and my family. I am an Indigenous Alaskan woman. I've also lived in Hawaii a few years, but I moved back. I'm also a parent and a special ed clerk and tutor at Salcha Elementary School, where my son attends 3rd grade. I'm calling in support of HB 69, please pass that, which increases funding of our schools. Thank you for listening. My community school has a student population at 80% capacity. Only one other school in my district is at a higher capacity. But as it is a rural school in the FNSB SD, it has been picked as one of 5 elementary schools slated for closure next year. I also attended Salcha Elementary from 1986 to 93 and can attest to the long, high history of parent and community volunteer and the high quality of education, athletics, art, and music, wherein Salcha students had top rankings in both the state and national standardized tests and produced junior Olympians on its world-class cross-country trails, despite frequently being Title I. Salcha Elementary could have been the template for the most sought-after charter schools. If our one community school is closed, our children and their new classmates will be negatively impacted in numerous ways, just from the greatly increased bus rides and the 90-minute earlier start time on Eielson Air Force Base. There are barriers of entry for family members that cannot access Eielson Air Force Base if they are not military affiliated. Our property values will decrease. I despair my family might join the brain drain. The state needs to project supervisor for Fairbanks Resource Agency, and my school district jobs pay 30% less an hour than that job does. I work at the school because there was a need and because there was an opportunity to be with my son more and help him with his education more, and for me to be able to be at the school more often and volunteer for more after-school activities. It's very important to me that our rural schools in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District.
Thank you for your testimony. Denise Templeton, and then we will be going to Kelly King, Paul Rayu, and Jan Carolyn Hardy, and then Patrick Mayer. So if we could, if Denise Templeton, if you could please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Okay. Good evening to the House Education Committee. My name is Denise Templeton. I'm a concerned grandma of the North Pole area in the interior of Alaska. I do not support HB 69. I just want to point out that Alaska is facing a shrinking population. Parents are pulling students out of school because of books that a child should not read and because they aren't excelling in math, reading, and civics. We are not hurting from a lack of BSA. We spend more on our BSA, the 6th highest in the nation, while ranking 49th in academic performance. The attendance is suffering from parents pulling their children out of school and moving from the state due to the economy in Fairbanks and Alaska. Fairbanks North Star Borough has seen the largest decrease in students. Alaska has 3,600 fewer students than it did 25 years ago, and the Fairbanks School District accounts for 2,400 of that loss. Right now, we are facing the closure of 5 schools. My point in all of this is that we need to stop throwing more money into our situation. It would seem the money is not making grades or attendance any better. Let's honor the READS Act. Let's get our children back to learning the basics. Let's give teachers incentives to stay. I believe the governor had a good program for this. Let's redistribute the monies into correspondence, parochial, and charter schools. We can utilize the buildings of the schools that are set to close due to population reduction and redesignate them for charter schools. Education is the 2nd highest expenditure in Alaska. Let's use common sense and put our resourcefulness into some of these other options instead of spending monies that the state does not have. Thank you for listening to my testimony tonight. Y'all have a great evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Kelly King. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs and committee members. My name is Kelly King, and I'm speaking in support of HB 69. I was born and raised in Alaska, graduated from Nikiski High School, and then from UAS before returning home to Kenai. I'm grateful for my experience in the Alaska public education system and have spent the last 17 years working within it, leading the Students in Transition program for the Kenai School District. Over that time, we have supported thousands of students who, like students all over Alaska, do not have stable or adequate housing and are experiencing homelessness. Many of these students and families live day-to-day realities full of uncertainty, with the public school system often being their one constant. The #1 indicator of a youth being able to break the cycle of homelessness as an adult is whether or not they obtain a high school diploma. The greatest contributing factors to school attendance, retention, and ultimately graduation outcomes for our students are consistent relationships with trusted school staff and engaging quality school programming. These are at stake without a meaningful increase to the BSA. Through neighborhood schools and the hard work of dedicated staff, and despite immense challenges they may face, including underfunded public schools, our students are able to break the cycle. Our students have become active leaders in student government and athletes, leads in school musicals, and participants in CTE programming. They move forward to attend CTE programs at UAS, become college athletes, and become employed productive members of our communities. An increase to the BSA is vital to improving overall student outcomes by stabilizing school through reducing staff turnover, increasing student attendance and graduation rates, and providing the best outcomes for our students, families, communities, and ultimately our state. This increase would ensure Alaska schools can continue to serve all students as the Constitution requires, from high flyers to those most vulnerable, with the education they deserve and that we work so hard to provide. Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to Paul Rayu. And if you could please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony. Mr. Rayu.
This is Paul Rayu from Sitka.
Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I am a business owner, a father of 4, and I do serve on the Sitka School Board, but I'm speaking as an individual. And I very much believe that education funding is an investment in our next generation, and therefore an investment of all of Alaska's resources. These are the people that are going to serve their state and their communities. They will be the ones that manage, steward, and govern Alaska through the rest of this century. On the 24th, you were presented a slideshow prepared by legislative fiscal analysts that clearly showed how stagnant funding was at odds with unprecedented inflation. For this state to flourish socially and economically, we need to invest in our citizens of tomorrow. I speak in favor of House Bill 69, and I thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Jan Carolyn Hardy. If you could please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening, and thank you very much for hearing all of us for such an extended amount of time. We really do appreciate it. This is Jan Carolyn Hardy. I'm state president of the AFSCME Retirees, and also a former teacher and former high school counselor. So I see this from a point of view that is only magnified by the extremely wonderful testimony that I've heard this evening in support of House Bill 69. It is so important for us to take a look at this, at our situation as investing in the future. When we were going through elementary school, high school, everyone paid ahead. They understood at that time that it's so important that education is the backbone of this country. And if we don't invest in the future, we'll have no future. So I thank you very, very much for having presented this wonderful bill, and all of you for the divine work that you're doing. It's amazing, hard work and very diligent work. So thank you so much. And I want to also appreciate all the young people who have been speaking this evening. It just makes my heart glow to see them so involved and so articulate and intelligent and presenting themselves in such a wonderful manner. So thank you again, and I am in support of HB 69. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Patrick Mayer, and then Terry Walker, and then Jesse Hensel. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Mayer, and identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Co-Chair Story and Hinshoot, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Patrick Mayer, and I am the superintendent of the Alaska Gateway School District, covering over 24,000 square miles and 6 sites, based in Tok, Alaska, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 69. Thanks to each of you for your courage in addressing education funding so early in the session. This alone reflects the importance of this topic. The 2024-25 school year represents my 11th year as a superintendent, and for over a decade, we have not had an adjustment to the BSA. During this time frame, inflation has had a tremendously negative impact on delivering education services to our students throughout all Alaska school districts. Educators across the state of Alaska have watched our purchasing power decrease, while at the same time, we have endured and navigated through a pandemic and adjusted to increased expectations and mandates. We ask our teachers to perform superhuman tasks, and they make the necessary and challenging adjustments. There are those that express shock that test scores and overall student performance have not increased. Well, I wonder how they could increase when, due to systematic efforts to deny a much-needed adjustment to the BSA at the highest levels of Alaska state government, we continue to decrease course options for students. The result of short funding education has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Realistically, this is the time that we need to increase student engagement through more robust offerings. We should also look at what short funding the BSA has on recruitment and retention of qualified educators. Many of our districts have had to use creative mechanisms for recruiting teachers as our pay and benefits are no longer competitive. Alaska school districts are operating at bare bones. It is past due to address the BSA in a positive and proactive manner, and make no mistake that short funding education for more than a decade amounts to a cut, and we cannot cut our way to greatness. The proposed BSA increase of $1,000 and subsequent inflation proofing is needed to fill a funding gap created by many years of flat funding. I urge you to continue supporting House Bill 69, and I appreciate this opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Terry Walker. If you could please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening, Madam Co-Chair, Representative Story, and members of the House Education Committee. My name is Avinyuk Terry Walker, Superintendent for Northwest Arctic Borough School District, and I am here to testify in strong support of House Bill 69. I am a proud graduate of one of our local public schools here in the region. Like many before and after me, I was instilled with the values of hard work, perseverance, and self-sufficiency, qualities that have shaped me and many others who have gone on to serve our communities in essential ways. Our state has produced leaders who have become superintendents, school principals, engineers, health professionals, and more. Individuals educated in our public schools, now serving the residents of our state. We have demonstrated that with the right support, students can achieve greatness. That support begins with strong, well-funded schools. In our communities, the public school is the only access to education. With no roads in or out, there is no alternative. Our students can't transfer to another school or in another community. This means that every budget cut, every staffing shortage, and every outdated resource directly impacts our children's future. In our region, education funding is about ensuring that the next generation has the same opportunities that allowed me and so many others to succeed. It's about creating pathways that enable students to become independent, self-sufficient, and valued members of their communities. I urge you to pass HB 69 and invest in Alaska's students, including those in our rural communities where public education is the foundation of everything we build, and our schools are the center of our communities. Thank you for your support in funding our public schools and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to Susanna Babinski, then Duntington Babb, and we have 4 people left. So please unmute yourself, Susanna, and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Susanna Babinski. I'm from North Pole, Alaska, and my children since '84 have been in the district, and grandchildren that are now in the district. I believe it is the state's opportunity and responsibility for supporting this bill. Continue on to increase our children with their best ability to move forward in their lives. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we will go to Duntington Babb. Please unmute yourself, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Bennington Babb. I am a parent of an Aquarian charter school student in Anchorage. Thank you, Chair Himschmuth, Chair Story, and distinguished committee members. I would echo, first and foremost, I support House Bill 69, and I would echo all the comments that came before me. I would just simply like to add that, one, Aquarian is a fantastic school, and I believe every bit of recognition that's been recently given is well-deserved. But Aquarian needs a base student allocation increase every bit as much as these other schools. And to point out Aquarian as a school that doesn't need that is just inaccurate. I sit on the academic policy committee at Aquarian, and just this year we approved a budget that is highly in deficit, and we had to do so to avoid the painful shifts in class sizes and the instability of teachers' futures and staff. And we did so with a fundamental faith that this is the time and this is the opportunity to fund our schools and undo the damage that inflation has done to flat funding over the past decade. So every year, Aquarian is faced with budget shortfalls and challenges that we struggle to meet, and we are doing a fantastic job, and I commend the school for what it's accomplished, but I don't want there to be any misconception that Aquarian is the solution to flat funding, and that Aquarian is sustainable with flat funding. So I am grateful for this bill. I'm grateful that it's come now early in session so that we can continue through this session, figuring out some of the hard choices of how to pay for this increase in the base student allocation. But I appreciate your time, and please encourage the legislature to move forward in increasing the base student allocation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to Kelly Lessons, and then Jesse Hensel will be our last testifier this evening. Please unmute yourself, Ms. Lessons, and identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Lessons, and I'm the parent of 2 children in ASD and have served as the Anchorage School Board Treasurer for nearly 4 years. I'm speaking tonight as an individual member of the board, as an advocate for roughly 43,000 students in our district, and in support of your immediate passage of House Bill 69 out of committee. Time is of the essence. In Anchorage, ASD's FY26 budget is scheduled to be introduced on Tuesday, February 4th, and adopted on Tuesday, February 18th. That budget will rely on existing statute, which this bill is poised to meaningfully adjust. This morning, I received a private briefing of the FY26 budget, which I expect the administration to make public this weekend in advance of our meeting. Without divulging more information than will be appropriate at this time, I fundamentally expect our community will be devastated by this budget. Even if the administration proposes offsetting part of ASD's unprecedented $111 million structural deficit by recommending that a supermajority of the board vote to spend our fund balance down to 5%, which would leverage nearly all of the one-time funds we saved from the state in 2024 in order to protect class sizes, services, and programs to the greatest extent possible, but would leave ASD with less than a week's worth of operating funds, and knowingly deviate from board policy establishing that we should have an 8% fund balance, we still have tens of millions in reductions to go. Producing a balanced budget under existing statute by our February deadline is going to require our administration and eventually the board to call district level supports, eliminate a huge range of services, programs, and extracurriculars, and still increase class sizes. To avoid that fate, I urge you to expedite passage of this bill out of committee so our district stands a chance of providing all of our students the tools and supports each needs and deserves next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go to Jesse Hensel. Please unmute, identify yourself for the record, and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Jesse Hensel. I am calling in support of HB 69. I am calling on behalf of myself, but I am a teacher here in the Fairbanks North Star Borough. I was born in Bethel, Alaska, and raised here in Fairbanks. I'm a product of our schools. In 2010, I moved back to Fairbanks and to teach art and science through a program at UAS, One Tree, Alaska. I then enjoyed the experience so much that I pursued a master's in education and have taught here with the school district since 2012. Since 2015, my class has met with elders from the Fairbanks Native Association for monthly hands-on activities and shared meals. I received an award for this program, a Governor's Award for the Humanities a few years ago, and I am now potentially facing school closure. I know that teachers have been asked to do more with less, and I have been doing my best, and innovative programs can happen within public schools, and I really support the increase of funding to the base student allocation so that we can continue to have cutting-edge programs here in Alaska for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you to public testimony is now closed. Thank you to all the individuals who were able to provide testimony today. Thank you to all the people who were online and who could not wait until that was their time to testify. Please submit your written testimony. It can be emailed to house.education@akledge.gov. Before we conclude our meeting for the evening, I want to remind committee members I have set an amendment deadline to House Bill 69 for this Friday, January 31st at 3 p.m. On Friday morning, the Finance Subcommittee for Education, which is all of us, will hold our first meeting at our regular committee time at 8 a.m. We will hear a presentation from Education Commissioner Dina Bishop. And then next Monday, January 31st, during our House Education Committee, we will be hearing any amendments to House Bill 69. House Bill 69 will be held over from today, and we will adjourn now at the time is 8:31.
Dentington Bab.
Wow, okay, sorry there, folks. Let me get this off the...
So...
the video is a little bit slower than what is actually happening here live. Oh, there we go, there we go. It seems that the video itself going from them there over on Gavel is not quite as fast as faster than what is being broadcasted out there live. Just as I was sitting down, all of a sudden I see it said that it was shut down on Facebook, and I just happened to have it running on X, where the largest amount of audience was sitting in watching this here today. Really do appreciate you guys all over there on X. You guys were phenomenal. We're talking 100 viewers right now over on X, and that is basically almost, we're talking nearly over a quarter, just under a half of the people that are following me there on X are watching this live as it was unfolding today. And thank you for sitting through this entire thing all the way through. We watching the audience grow throughout. Yet on Facebook, where I have over 5,000, almost 6,000 followers over there on Facebook, we had 2 whole people watching. That just tells you how much that Facebook and good old Zuckerberg over there is still squelching, man, I'm tired, the reach to everybody out there for being able to see the content that is being produced here by us at Politadick. Hopefully you guys all got a good earful of listening to one after another of the special interests sit there and declare their allegiance to government and the money that they get. Not a single one of the special interests out there said anything about accountability for the outcomes of the education for our children. It was all about show me the money. Just show me the money. Who cares if our schools are half empty? Show us the money. Oh, we had all these teachers that got fired, and they get fired every single year, and then we have to try to scramble in the summer months to try to rehire teachers when the budget comes out so that we can reopen up again for the school season. They know how much money they're going to start out with just the base. That has not changed. So there's no question whatsoever how much money they have to be able to spend and how many teachers they're going to have. What they're counting on is how many more they can hire. Well, when they keep talking about these classroom sizes, they're overfilled. There's 22, 30 students, 40 students per classroom. And then you go over to this other school and you walk into their classroom and they have 10. And they wonder why their school is failing when it's a half full school, but they have 10 students per teacher. And then you go to the other school that's 3/4 of the way full, but a quarter of the classrooms are empty because they don't have any teachers to be putting into the classroom. And if all they need to do is start wisely providing a quality education. You would think the people that are our educators actually had a brain to be able to use them to be able to function like the rest of us do in our normal lives. We understand how budgets work, and we understand how to delegate the jobs that each one of us have in the industries that we work in. And if someone's not pulling their weight, they get fired. Never in my life would I ever see a corporation have 53 different organizations trying to run one business. That it just doesn't work. These 53 different people are going to have all their different versions of how they want to run things. And that's kind of where we're at with our school districts. We got 53 districts trying to run 504 schools out there. It just doesn't work. I mean, Hawaii, if you look at geographics of how they are for their education system, they have one school district. And they're on islands, and they're separated apart from each other, not very dissimilar from what we have here in Alaska. Just we're all basically on landmass with islands. And they're all separated apart, but they do it with one school district, and they have 3-4 times the student population that we have here in our state. Why can't Alaska do it? Because we're special for the special interests. The entire testimony I heard today was show me the money, put more into our pockets, make sure they get richer while the rest of us become poorer. During my testimony, you guys may have heard it, I gave a breakdown of what the 2024 budget looked like and how much money they had to spend at the state level, the local level, and on the federal level. It was $2,880 million is what they got to spend. It broke down to just a little over $21,000 per student, and these schools and these teachers and all of these activists that work for these unelected bureaucrats are all claiming that they know how to spend our money better than they do. Than we do, excuse me. I said I'm a little on the tired side. It's been a very long day. My day started today at 5 a.m. and I'm still going strong. So what's next? The bottom line is whether we like it or not, the education funding bill, whether it be this one being proposed by the House Education Committee or the one that is over in the Senate Education Committee, it doesn't matter which bill you're looking at. They're both pretty much identical and the same. There is zero accountability for the quality of the education that our students are going to receive in school. It's all about how much money they can stick into their pockets. They don't care that they are top heavy with administration and the DEI CRT curriculum that they have imposed upon the school districts out there is compromising the quality of education that our students are getting, because they're more worried about mispronouncing somebody than they are of teaching them there is a difference between a and an. I'll admit I'm not one of the best people when it comes to writing things out there or using the proper grammar, but I sure do try my hardest to do the best that I can. Writing has never been one of those easy things for me to do, and it's something I really have to do work at. And when it comes to those that in our education system and our children, when I was in elementary school, I used an abacus. If anybody knows what that is, it's basically a square with beads on it, and you do your multiplication tables, your addition, and everything else by sliding over beads. Each one represents tens, hundreds, thousands, so on and so forth. And I was doing multiplication and math at a middle school and high school level when I entered into kindergarten, and by the time I got to the 6th grade, they wanted to stick me into remedial classes because I was no longer receiving a quality education in school anymore. They couldn't teach me. They wanted to take everything that I had ever learned that was so simple to understand and made it so confusing that by the time you get there, you're lost. You're completely confused. It's like the new math that they have nowadays. My kid was trying to teach it to me, and I mean, I looked at her and I said, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. Here, let me show you how I do it. Next thing I know, she's now starting to pass her math classes because I was teaching her how I was taught.
Please unmute yourself, Susanna, and identify yourself.
Well, looks like the video started to restart to play there for some reason. I don't think they got restarted over there, did they? I don't think they did. Let me double check there, but as far as I could tell, it was completely shut down for the night. Yeah, no, it's completely shut down. It's not re-going in the background here. Just had to double check there. All of a sudden, my phone started going off saying, "Ha, you're live. They're talking over there." And but no, it was just something that restarted on the phone. So if you haven't liked and shared this video, please do. If you haven't subscribed to us, do that right now. Facebook, like I said, is squashing. They have got us still under a shadow ban. To have 2 people out of 6,000 of my followers actually show up and watch, to have 4 likes there, I mean, is absolutely ridiculous. I know the likes on X hasn't been much better, but my streaming platform right now is telling me there's 100 people watching this video over there. And how many do I have watching over on Facebook? Let me scroll up and take a look. None. Not a single person is showing up on Facebook right now watching this video. So that just tells you how bad social media has really gotten and what they'll do to anybody that does not prescribe to the left-wing agenda and wants to be on the right side of politics. Not the lunatics that think they know what bathroom they're supposed to be in because of how they dressed, not because of the actual XY or XX chromosomes that they have. Just makes you shake your head. So like, subscribe, follow us on all of our channels. You can find us on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, and X. We're on Instagram too. Most of the stuff we're doing now, we're making sure that everything is being published to X and on Facebook. And you will find things on X that you will definitely not find on Facebook because of the censor gods that are over there on Facebook. Behind the scenes, I am everything but the check mark. I have officially completed every requirement that they have ever asked for to be able to make Facebook work for me, other than getting that check mark put next to my name up there. One of these days, they may actually change their minds. I've been asking for it for a long time, but for some reason, they still haven't given it to me yet. And so that's a day-by-day struggle there. But over on X, we're just started growing them. We've only been really pretty much, they were our streaming service back when they were Twitter. That was pretty much all I ever used X for, was another place to stream our videos to. Then Zuckerberg took, Elon Musk took over and changed the platform to X, and then when they went to the you pay for a check mark to go by your name, all the videos that I had been making for nearly 7 years were squashed. They hit them, no longer accessible. And then when I did pay for the check mark here a few months ago, I found that I'm able to restart streaming back to that platform, which is where you guys are watching me from right now. Obviously, going by just the count that I'm seeing there on my screen for the different platforms. I'm tired. I'm going to let you guys all go. Again, I really do appreciate you guys being out there. If you got a moment, you got a couple extra bucks you can spare, go to our website, Politadick.com, click that support button. I want to get back out there and start streaming the borough assembly meetings, city council meetings, start going to some of the fringe groups that are out there. They're not necessarily fringe, but they're definitely not what the left stream media out there will ever want you to see. I mean, ADN, public news media, and all the rest of them out there, Alaska News Source, these guys won't go to the stuff that I will, and they only show up when it matches the special interest agenda that everybody has, that something that they can just sit there and say, look at what the right's trying to do this time. That's about the only time that you'll ever see them show up to any of these meetings. And I will show up if asked to, but it takes money, and this has been a tight year. Just to get all the stuff back up and running to function for this year was a pretty penny, and I greatly appreciate all the donations that have flowed in that made that happen. Without your support, none of this would be possible. I will do my best to continue to be uncensored and uncut, unlike what mainstream media does when they show up. They'll only video what they want to show on their nightly news broadcast, and it always fits the narrative and the agenda that they have in play, and it's never showing the unbiased opinion on both sides. It's always just their opinion on what they want you to know. That's why I do it unfiltered and uncut, so every single one of you guys out there can be able to make up your own minds. At the same time, I get to give my opinion while it's going on, which I never hesitate to do. You may not like my opinion, you can take it, you can leave it, but you get to see it uncut and unfiltered. I always bring the evidence to the table to back up anything that I'm posting on any of the social media channels. Again, thank you guys all for being here once again. Like, share, subscribe, chip in a few bucks. We'll see you again the next time when I go live. All right, you guys all have yourself a great night, and